is provide the platform and the opportunity to improve on what you are doing. So we didn't bring new solutions to what you are doing. What we are only supporting is that, and we wanted to use this opportunity to then sit down together. Unfortunately, we couldn't have Sokoto here. The idea is for us to rub minds together across the state and see, sort of capitalize ideas around what we are doing well, what we can learn from others, what we can take away, to improve things that we are currently doing. But be that as it may, we are still going to be able to proceed without Sokoto, and okay, maybe in the future that opportunity will come again. So for this meeting, that is basically around the objective. I am not. I work from the background a lot. So people who actually design this process that I leverage on, I've asked one of them to come and give us the objective now. And many of us is going to capture the objective clearly the way it is written. But for me, I'm saying it in a broad sense. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Newton, I think you should introduce yourself first.
I've been pressurized to introduce myself. My name is Newton Shimaye. I'm the state focal person for the EULAB program at your state. I would like to be called Thunder. Please don't like. Yes. If you try to distort this meeting, Thunder will fire. And this Thunder is going to follow those people who make frequent calls to disorganize meetings.
Like Thunder.
So what you have to do, put your phone on silent.
To see vibrate like thunder.
Well, going Thunder. If I think that's fine, but if you keep jumping out, I'll strike. So I would like to be called Thunder, and I will act Thunder. Okay, one interesting thing about me, I have soft spot for women.
Wow.
That's only women.
I always have a So that was why God gave me 2 girls and a boy.
Wow.
Thank you. So, we'll just move straight to the next session. Mary or Chisom.
Yes.
Chisom is going to run through the agenda for us, including the objectives of this meeting. Thank you.
Please permit me to sit while I navigate the agenda. But one thing I would like to say is that this is a very interesting gathering. All the names I've heard today, Chief Priest, Bishop, and Thunder. You have given the facilitators a very big assignment. But we'll try our best. Just like Gabby said, and Newton has already said, this is a reflection session. The initial idea was that we will bring 2 states from each of our geopolitical zones. So one state from the south, one state from the north at every given point, so that by the time we go through all these items on the agenda, you can clearly see how things are working differently in the south or the north. So, like we've been saying already, this group was supposed to be Sokoto and Edo, but unfortunately we couldn't have Sokoto here. But that notwithstanding, we can still proceed because I'm sure that there's a lot we can learn from one another. Edo is a very big state, one of those very big states that I'm sure context will differ from, for instance, Benin City and Epoma or Uromi. So we're still looking forward to all that we can learn. I'll just run through the agenda very quickly. The first item is supposed to be sort of a debate kind of interaction. So we're going to have 4 groups, and Newton will explain how we break it into the groups. But basically, while we have groups, each group will be taking a topic. So 4 groups will focus on one particular topic from these 4 items listed here. And in each group, we'll have a group A and group B. And instead of having the form of debate where you're trying to confuse and convince us, we will all be having discussions, trying to argue for that topic. So whoever has the most points at the end of the discussion is the winner for that session. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. And the panel will be made up of media, some CSOs, and some of the arts team rep. When we are done with that, we'll go into tea break. After tea break, we'll come back and have a plenary where we'll be looking at what was different through the engagement with arts. One of the first people to provide capacity development support to you. I'm sure other donors are supporting you one way or another, but we want to know what was different directly with your engagement with ACT. We also want to know how you plan to sustain it, and of course, we're not perfect, so we want to hear from you what areas you think we should improve on going forward. And then we have another breakout session at 2. You can see the heading here says cross-state learning, but we'll just amend this to say intra-state learning. And for this session, we'll break into 2 groups, groups of 10 or 9, depending on how many we are. And what we want to see is a holistic overview of what these various thematic areas mean to you. So in terms of citizen engagement, how does that work for you? What are the opportunities you see? What are the challenges with engaging citizens in your area of work? Likewise, for government engagement, regulatory environment, in terms of gender and social inclusion, and lastly, media engagement and partnership. So these are the 5 areas we're looking at. Excuse me. And then we'll have a comprehensive presentation from 2 groups. And hopefully we'll end and close for lunch at 3. But in the event that we can't wrap up by then, we'll have to come back after lunch to complete the presentation from the earlier session and then close at 5. That's basically for the first day. The second day, we're supposed to reconvene at 9 o'clock. And at 9:30, we'll have, I'm sure you've heard us mention CDPs before. No? Capacity development providers. Okay. So it means that session is very important for this our learning. Yeah. So CDPs, when we say CDPs, we're referring to a group of institutions that are regarded as capacity development providers. Basically, they are part of the sustainability plan for ACT. They are a group of 3 institutions like UNIBEN, AUN, Caritas Nigeria, Clothes House, TEP Center, Tom's Associates, CMD. We have a couple of them spread across the country, and we have identified 11 of them to come together, and we are currently supporting them to tailor their needs and services to NGO sector, and with the hopes that after ACT exits or ends, CSOs who are interested in capacity building have somewhere that they can continue to go and access those supports. So we have a rep from one of our CDPs available that will briefly go over what exactly it is our doing with them and how that fits into support to our CSOs, and of course there will be opportunity for question and answer. And then the second item on the agenda for tomorrow will be around what we call ACT Project Compendium. So I'm sure you're all aware that we work with 200 CSOs. Are we?
Yes.
I would have been scared if we were not. We work with 200 CSOs, and the plan is our giving out grants to about half of them. So that means about 100 CSOs will have grants. And you can imagine that that's very difficult to manage and is a very big portfolio. So we want to have a comprehensive document that shows all the projects that we are supporting in all the 10 states that we work. I'm sure Newton shared the template with us before now, for those that have grants. Okay. So this session will focus primarily on those that are implementing grants or have been awarded grants. But it's also useful learning for the rest of us, because we might be able to see some innovation, we might be able to determine some areas where we can partner with one another. But that's what this session is going to focus on. And we are doing this for all the states. So at the end of the day, we will have a very comprehensive document of all that's happening across the projects we have. And it's something that we can easily share with donors, and you can also share with donors in the future. And then that will bring us to the close of the technical part of this workshop. So like Tammy and Newton said, we're not just here to talk. We also have plans to have fun. So hopefully by 1 p.m. tomorrow, we will close, and then the second part of the day will start at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. And of course, I'm sure you've seen our black carpets. It's not red or green, but we have black carpet outside. We'll be having a dinner here tomorrow, so there would not be a provision for lunch tomorrow. So after tea break, we close and come back for dinner. And I've heard rumors that you guys came prepared with your traditional regalia. Well, I can't wait to see that, but I can't wait to see that, but I'm sure that we will have fun. That'll be the end of the 2-day workshop. Dinner will be end when Mama calls, but hopefully for some of us at about 9:30. But does anybody have any question on the agenda or any additions? No. Okay, I think I'll hand over back to Thunder.
Thank you, Chi. While you were taking your session, somebody walked in. I think he needs to introduce himself, his name, the name he wants us to call him in this workshop, and also one interesting thing about him.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Olusegun Olagunju. The name of my organization, or the organization I work for, is Clones House Nigeria. It's a learning institution as well, on monitoring and evaluation. So the name I want to call me is POMO, Pomo. So that's like my nickname, Pomo. So, and an interesting thing about me is I just like meeting people, actually. Yeah. Thank you so much. I have a wonderful time here.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to ourselves. We are going straight to the next session, which is going to be the conversation session, not really debate now. Conversation session. So we're expected to have 4 groups. We are 18 from Edo, so we want to take numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? That would be the best way to go about it. Okay, so starting from my far left. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Okay, yeah. 2, 3, 2,
4. Okay.
1.
No.
You miss it.
4.
No, you miss it. You miss it already.
You missed it. No. Sorry, now 10. That's 4.
2, 3.
You are 3.
No, 3.
No. 3. It's 3. That's 3. Okay. You are 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I don't because you've been walking around.
Okay. All right.
2. No. 3. Now, we're going to push you around a bit. All the 1, please come to this table. All the 1, come to this table. 1. Then 2. No, when we do that, let us take it. Sorry, as we progress, I think this is the hashtag for this meeting. Okay. For future, you have at Civic Action MG. For Instagram handle, you have Civic Action MG. Then the hashtag is #CSOs Reflect. Okay. This hashtag #CSOs Reflect. So we can tag these, but this is the hashtag for this meeting, okay? #CSOs Reflect. Okay? So 1 here, 2 here, 3 here, 4 there. So that we can yes, go with it. Two. On the 1 there, 2 here, 3 here, 4 there. Who were the last two numbers?
1, 2 behind.
1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. So you are going to join the finalists. So we can make it an even number or 2. Okay? We're going to join the finalists. Why would you sit there? The other person is leaving.
Newton.
Thunder. Thunder. We are just two here. So your people will come. The numbers actually went round. The numbers went round. I just get up with the membership. So basically what we want to do, can somebody scroll? Mary, can you scroll to the stop? Yeah, it's okay. What we want to do, we're going to call group 1, okay? 2, group 1A, then 2, group 1B. Alright? Then we're going to discuss a topic. Like I said, it's not a debate, but discuss generally the topic. Maybe you are taking topic 1, which is translating capacity building to institutional building is essential to NGO sustainability. So have a conversation around that theme. And the panelists will listen to you carefully. And the group or the side that speaks with more points or more convincing points will get a higher score at the end of the day. And that group wins. Is that clear enough? Yeah. Okay. So like you said, it's not going to be debate for or against, but it's a general conversation. So your perspective, your position, your opinion, and what have you about a particular topic. So we're going to start with this particular group that is going to step out. Please step out. 4, 2 here, 2 there. I'm really Jason. I want to do. I don't really like them backing you. Let them see. The 4 of them. Yes. Okay. But the conversation is. They don't have to. So they are not fighting. They are not fighting themselves. So there's one person there. One person there. So we're going to wait for. So before he comes, yes, you can take it up.
Okay, thank you.
No, you can choose a topic. So which topic you want to speak on?
Okay, it's okay. Then I just don't like this. It's okay. Now zoom out. So you don't need to do this. You get our faces.
Number 1. So, my able panelists, they will be discussing or having a conversation on translating capacity building to institutional building is essential to NGO sustainability. Translating capacity building to institutional building is essential to NGO sustainability. So that is going to be the theme or the topic of their conversation. We are waiting for one of a member of the group who actually stepped out. I don't know, he's under pressure, I think so.
Yes. Even that has been under pressure. Being the first, I'm losing pressure by this now. Being the first now.
This is this is something you do every day.
Sorry,
That's why I want to hear.
Okay, the discussion.
Yes, sir.
The discussion.
Yes, sir.
Is it that this first group will come out and discuss, then the other group will come?
Yes. This group. No, it's not on that particular topic. Another group will come and take another topic. So there are 4 topics there. So it's expected that it will go around everybody. Right? So another.
I did it. I forgot before.
Sir, are you going to match against the other group? No. Just this group now. I will speak generally.
It is Zoom now. Zoom.
Don't worry.
Right? So we are starting my able panelists. We are starting right away. This I'm presenting to you the first group, and their conversation is around my able panelists. My able panelists. Let me say something. One of the interesting thing about Ganifawemi, when he gets to court and he's making his presentation and he's trying to get the judge attention, the judge is not speaking back to him, the judge is not looking at him, the guy will scream. And by the time he screams, the judge will be asking, why are you screaming? He say, my lord, I'm not getting your attention. So the same thing I'm doing now. My able panelists, when I call you, please you look at me so that I know that you guys are ready. I'm presenting to you the first group, and their topic for the conversation is actually translating capacity building to institutional building is essential to NGO sustainability. So how many minutes are they doing this? Chisom?
It's up to the panelists. I think we have.
Is the panelists going to stop them?
Yes, I think we have 30 minutes for the entire session.
So 15 minutes, that's what it means. 15 minutes. So your 15 minutes starts now. Your 15 minutes starts now. So I will want to hear you.
Why am I always number one?
It's good. Go ahead.
I like to look at capacity. Well, good morning, everyone. I like to look at capacity building as the processes that lead to the development of skills and abilities, which could refer to an individual, maybe an individual developing his skills and abilities. But here, we are talking about institutions. So when we look at capacity building, we are talking about developing the abilities of an institution. For us, as NGOs, we will look at it as trying to make NGOs become all that they can be in terms of skills, in terms of abilities, in terms of the pursuit of their purposes and their vision. It's important capacity building is translated to institutional building. Institutions are made up of individuals. And so when the individuals are capable and they are able to bring what they have to better the lots of the organization, that makes the organization better. I think many grant-making organizations like EU would prefer to ensure that organizations are well established. And that's one of the things I think EU has tried to do for us, especially in those states. The trainings we've been exposed to, the mentoring sections and all of that. It's to ensure that, for me, my organizations, like NextGen, that's my organization, EU would want NextGen to be stronger than the native. And when that is done, of course, individuals in my organizations have been trained, have been trained rather. And at the end of the day, when all those staff who have been trained bring what they have learned to the table, it strengthens the organization. I remember one thing that really stood out for me in the process was something about institutional memory. We are taught how to document a whole lot of things so that at the end of the day, as one person exits, then he goes with whatever it is that he may have learned. But if it is documented and recorded and kept in a place, whoever that comes can go through those and learn, and then the organization is looked at as being credible. So if an organization wants to be strong and wants to be reputable and reckoned with, it must make sure that its capacity building translates to the building of the institution, which is beyond the individual. Like I said earlier, grant-making organizations would want to work with institutions that are properly built, not individuals. Because, the NGO world, we have what we call non-governmental individuals, AGIs. But what people would, grant-making organizations would want to associate with are well-built institutions, organizations that are well established. Like I said, I think I mentioned this, an individual who has capacity can come and go, and that would affect the sustainability of that organization. So when capacity is built, when individual capacity is built, it is important, it trickles down to the organization so that the organization is seen as sustainable. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been very critical for us to understand the major components I just said, which is capacity building, building, and also NGO sustainability. When you talk about capacity building, it's always to have required skills, knowledge, and experience to be able to excel above board. Then in terms of now building, it therefore means that those of you within the system, which can be within the context, are referring to NGOs, have, the organization is prepared and determined to grow or to have the required skills. Then finally, sustainability. Most of the time, we write a proposal, we just feel, okay, let's just get the funds, we do a project after a year or so, the project no longer on. In other words, the project is not sustainable. Let us go back and recall what happened in the year 2000 when they came up with this concept of the Millennium Development Goal. But later, the world realized that, sorry, we cannot talk about Millennium Development Goal without thinking of how best to sustain it. But based on that, and the future of SDG now eventually came on board, and everybody is trying to, get into it and see how we can copy the good parts of the SDG to the way we operate. But it's important for us to know that the major challenge we have in terms of sustainability of NGO is that most of the skills we acquire, we struggle to get, are not relevant.
I'm sure.
And by the time you get such skills, you get back to your organization, you're unable to apply such skills. So I want to appeal that if you want to sustain whatever you are doing, you must strive for, and thanks to the internet, strive for information that will enable the organization to grow. And again, some of us just feel that my organization is quite young, we are not registered, we've done any project before, but no. When we have that kind of mindset, there's no way our activities can grow. I think the case of our own foundation, the same Esquire Foundation, it's on record that we got at CAC around 2003. Before that, we were not getting funding. But we had the thinking that let us go ahead and put in place systems that if Jude is not there, that system will run. And that is how we can sustain organizations. For example, now, you come across from big organizations. When the ED goes to the other world, the organization collapses. It means, therefore, that probably there was no sustainability plan. Probably there was no proper structure in terms of the institution of how to have succession. That's if the ED leaves, who takes over. And again, there might not be the right capacity. So at this point, the way the world is going now, we must begin to strive for innovative ideas, innovative skills to sustain our organization. Like somebody who told me the other time, there is nothing on earth that is new. It's only the way you go ahead to apply the knowledge. And again, finally, what is the difference between pure water and bottled water? You just the packaging. So for you to sustain your system, you must design a way of repackaging your organization.
Thank you, Group 1A. So we are going to Group 1B. The time starts now.
Okay. My colleagues have said it all, but I want to come in from translating capacity building. When we talk about capacity building, we're talking about strengthening. And when we talk about strengthening of institutions, I think apart from speaking to our individual organizations, we're also looking at strengthening all those stakeholders which are also institutional that we interface with. I want to take mine from there, in adding my voice to what they have said. For an NGO to be sustainable, it is actually very essential for them to have the immediate institutions strengthened. And at the same time, if I borrow from what we are doing currently, whereby you bring in the various stakeholders, the ministries, the other CSOs and all that, you also sit them down and do exactly what we're doing here today. It's also strengthening the immediate organization, and at the same time, you're also adding strength to other organizations. And you also look at the communities that we interface with. If an organization needs to be very sustainable and you are strengthened, then you need to look at how you can also strengthen the people you interface with within the other communities where you work. And we also need to look at how we can translate what we have as an institution to the other institutions that we work with. Because we don't work in isolation. We work with people, we work with other institutions. What can we do to also strengthen them to have essential sustainability when it comes to the project that we do with the various community? How do we also look at the strengthening of the various institutions that we work with? For instance, you work with the Ministry of Justice. How do you go about strengthening them? If I look at the project that we're doing, it has to do with gender-based violence, and you have a lot of key stakeholders in the state, and they don't stand alone, they stand as institutions. So for sustainability, we need to strengthen ourselves, and we also need to strengthen the institutions that we interface with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, your time starts now.
NGO sustainability. In a layman's language, it means our organization maintaining its existence and improving in the process. We are aware that organizations are different from the individuals that work within the organizations. And so organizations have organizational identity. For an organization to continue to survive as an entity, having its own identity, like every individual, it needs to be fed. Organizations, therefore, are fed by the input and the work and the processes that the staff undertake within the organization. And so the health of the organization is directly tied to the capacity, the efficiency, the ability to deliver. No matter how good an organization is, if the staff lack that ability, that capacity, the productivity at the end of the day will be low, and that will gradually lead to the death of the organization. Even if the organizations have staff who are capable, if those knowledge are not translated into feeding the organization itself, when those staff move for whatsoever reason, the ultimate being death, the organization becomes starved of that ability. And so therefore there's just a need for individuals or workers in the organization to be trained to have that capacity, and then that capacity of the individual staff be translated to the organization. This is done through the process of knowledge management, and it's simple for it is done through reporting. Every staff of an organization should be able to send, as EOAT has trained us, 2 reports: the process report and then the project report. The process report, in simple terms, simply means all that is done to make sure an event takes off and takes off successfully, while the project report is the report on that activity that has taken off. Now, without this reporting, the organization is staffed. That is why all of the capacity we're having now, if that is not documented, we lose it out. By the time, the organization loses out by the time we move out. And so, as a learning process, all of us who are EDs here should also tap from this, because the only way the capacity building of staff is translated into institutional building is documentation. And the documentation comes in reporting. And the reporting is the process report, the project report at every single time. Secondly, there's a need for continuous in-house capacity building seminars. In that way, knowledge gained through trainings are stepped down to other members. For instance, IDEA Renaissance has a policy that 3 days after every event, as I'm here now, we're doing this program, Immediately I get home, it must be a step that needs to be done. Yes, we didn't have that, but with the training from EU Art, we have introduced it into our capacity building. No matter how brief, how short it is, any of us coming out of training now knows we have to do that. And so we go back with as much details as possible. So translating capacity building is very key if an organization is going to outlive the founder. Because there's always a saying that the vision bearer dies and the organization dies. But that happens where capacity building is not translated into organizational, institutional building through a knowledge management system. Having knowledge management tools and having a policy to institutionalize the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just another quick clarification. So the whole group will make their presentation before we score, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think panelists.
Or they can give the results now.
Yeah. So after each topic, the panelists and then the group is open to make inputs or ask questions.
Okay.
Life.
What?
Okay, a round of applause for this group. We also want to give us the opportunity to say one or two things. If you think there were missing links or there were things missing in the whole conversation, you can add that, not necessarily repeating what they have said, so that we don't overflow issues. Okay, if you think there's something you need to add, something new knowledge that you need to add to what they've said, thank you.
Thank you very much, Tonda. Thank you.
Just
one. Just an addition. Capacity, like you mentioned the process, capacity building, institutional building, and energy sustainability. I see the second point there as the missing link. Like he said, individuals are trained, they are given the skills, the knowledge, the attitude. But if you don't turn that new knowledge into not just personal, but systems, structures, processes in the organization, transfer from the person who went for the training to something structural. That is a missing, which most of us don't do. Some people see these trainings as an end itself. You know, when somebody said he likes traveling, that lab say, you go up at the end, just said that. But that's a joke anyway. You're supposed to take that training back to the institution. What you have there, domesticate, adapt it to the institution, change something. There should be an addition in how you work. Maybe you acquire, maybe even an asset because of what you have learned. So that becomes structural. And if that is put into action, it will lead to you producing more, which will ensure sustainability. So I think that is the missing link we are really talking about.
Right. Any other questions? Addition, okay. Shagun, right? Pomo. 1 minute, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to also quickly add. During the days I worked in the civil society space, or in the civil society space. One of the key things we do in our organization is when you attend events, you need to come back to the office. You can still you stay with them. Then you also write blogs. So that blog that you are writing about what you have gone there to learn. It's a 2-day training event. You come back home, you come back to the office, you write the blog about the event that you have gone there before. So that can also, help others that want to have an idea about what you went there to do. So it's still part of knowledge management actually.
Thank you, Pomo. So I will hand over the microphone to there's a name they used to call a special panel of judges. Thank you.
All right, so from the first group, some of the key points that were stated, proper packaging of the organization. That one of spoke about mindsets. If you do not have the right mindset, your organization cannot actually grow. You need to be able to think we can be bigger. If you are thinking, na so then they do one, you cannot actually outgrow your current state. Another thing he said, strive for relevant skills. It's not just about going for trainings. Those trainings, how are they relevant to your institution? How are they relevant to your growth? Then, determination for growth. You need to be determined to want to do better. They also mentioned the proper structure of the organization. That's where proper policies come into place. Okay, if the ED passes on, what comes next? Even if the ED, okay, something happens to the ED, does the organization fail just because of that? What are the structures in place if maybe there is theft in your organization? Do you have the right policies in place? Then they both mentioned step downs. You come to meetings like this, you should be able to not just go and talk, okay, this is what they talked about. Pass the information, make sure your staff understand. That way, anybody from your organization should be able to represent you. You shouldn't say, oh, we're short-staffed, there's nobody that should be able to go for such events. Then they talked about individual, not just institutional strengthening now, talked about individual strengthening. The capacity of your staff should also be increased as well. That's for group 1. So based on, we've given them 8 over 10, was scoring based on 10. So they got 8 over 10 based on points. Then B, well, when you are talking about institutional strengthening, some points will definitely be repeated. So they also mentioned step down, but they also mentioned strengthening the capacity of the stakeholders, which is also very important. The people, your stakeholders should understand what your organization is about. They should understand what your project is about, not just inviting them to take pictures, because it's that way, when they go back home, will they be able to explain what you invited them for? Community interface is also very important. The community within you should know, be able to follow up on what you are doing. Partnership, like this event is now, you should be able to partner with other organizations. That's the reason why here this event is here, for you to have proper organizational relationships. That way, if I have something to do that NOA can, help us with, we can easily just reach out in order to get their advice or input. Then, like the other group also said, proper policy. Then reporting skills, like he said from Media and Media, that the process and project is very important, because if there are no reports, then it did not happen. That's the truth. If it's not written down on paper, it did not happen. And they talk, say them, it doesn't count anywhere. So if anything you want it to count, it must be on paper, because black and white, that's what we're looking for as well. Then we also talked about proper step down trainings, individual sustainability as well. So their score was 7 over 10.
Okay, let's congratulate them. It's a good one. Group 1A, Group 1B. By the nature of their judgment, yeah? Somebody, okay, Talashe. Right.
Thank you very much. I think the team has dealt very well with the topic. I think they covered everything, and I think that's a very good summary. I think for me, it's just to reiterate 1 or 2 things that I think they quite stand out, and it's easy to overlook. But for me, I think it's good for us to reiterate that. And I mean, I had the privilege of having witnessed being part of 4 other states that have been here, and they've gone through the same topic. But the truth is, I'm hearing something quite unique, and I think that's credit to you. We've talked about translating capacity. I won't repeat what we said, but this is the first time I'm hearing rights capacity. So it's not just about building capacity, but the rights capacity, and I think it's worth underscoring that. So it's not there's a training to build capacity and then you send your team to it. But what if it is not relevant to your organization? And I know EU Hat, we've done a sort of assessing the individual organization and providing specific, as in capacity that you actually need, not something that you don't need. So for me, I think that is quite important. So you can't build an institution if you are repeating the same training all over and all over again, or it's a training that's not necessary or required within the organization. So that's very good. The second part has to do, and again I'm hearing this for the first time, not just building your own organizational capacity, but building the capacity of institutions or agencies that support your organization. So that is quite outstanding. It's good to hear that from you. So, and I think the second component of EU Act is actually about that. So supporting state agencies or federal agencies that support organization will also lead to NGO sustainability. So I'm very, very happy to hear that. And yeah, we were itching to hear examples. I think I only got one. Maybe my colleagues had any other one. But the policy that, and you actually have a policy in place where after 3 days, it's sort of mandatory for you to, like you have to step down the training. For me, I think that's fine. That's a good thing. So maybe for other teams coming up, we would like to hear if you've internalized some of the training that we're giving you, let them speak to these topics. Let's see concrete examples within your organization, how you've translated the learning that EU Act has provided. So we were happy to hear that. For me, I think that was fine, and I think that's what Shegun was also reiterating.
Pomo, yeah.
Is it? Pomo or Pomo? Pomo. It's not Pomo. So I think that sounds very well, and I'm happy you've done that. There are quite a number of other points that we've had that it's been good to also share with you, and I think you also mentioned. So I'm not trying not to repeat, but just to underscore that we shouldn't miss that point in terms of right capacity. And again, it's not all about training. That is not the only thing about building institutions. Far from it. It's been said, I think, being a knowledge management professional, I was so excited when he was mentioning knowledge management. So I'm like, yeah, right on. So you need plans, you need processes, you need a structure, and I must say you need a culture. You need that culture. If you don't have a culture in your organization where people can't really freely share what they know, then you are only building individual capacity, where you are not building the institution. So for me, yeah, I'd like to say thank you again for sharing those value points with us.
Thank you very much, Tolashe. But I just think that you just revealed the secret of winning to the other group. So they will prepare better now than this group. Fortunately, you guys paid the sacrifice. So round of applause for group photograph, please. Who will do this?
Guy went down to
who is going with the prize?
Yeah. All of us.
I hope my glasses are not reflecting the light.
Okay, please do that with me so that we move the fish.
Move to the banner.
Let's go to the banner.
Okay, quick one. All right. All right. Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for group 1 again. Thank you very much. So we want to invite group B to come forward. Or group 2. Group 2, please take us.
I'm the CSO that I'm from Edo State.
Our sister said she wants to come and see our Edo people. Wow. That's why she's here. She's based in Lagos. And specifically, she's from Sabogida, Ura. Wow. Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, well, so that we don't miss out, we're going to start with you. But when we were doing our introduction, somebody was missing completely, and the person strolled in. I want her to also introduce herself, and the way we went about it was actually tell us your name, tell us one interesting thing about you, then you give us a workshop name. And I'm very sure this workshop is going to be. There's something secret about her. I will tell you when she finishes introducing herself. Have it. Introduce yourself. When we do the introduction, we're not here. One interesting thing about you, then your workshop name.
Something we probably didn't reverse.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hafsat Mustafa. I'm the Component 1 manager on ACT. What is one thing?
What we don't know about you.
Workshop name. Maybe you can call me Hafisa. A lot of people who find it difficult to pronounce my name just call me Hafisa. So please feel free to. One thing you don't know about me, okay, maybe, well, but I think Chisom and Mary would probably know everything. I love music. What? Okay, well, one thing you don't know, I love music, all kinds of music, and I love listening to music.
Another secret, she can sing Zazu.
Okay, one more secret about this madam is that if you check her DNA, there's Ekpoma in her DNA. Our mother is actually from Ekpoma.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Group 2 is seated. We have group 2A, group 2B. Now, please, what topic are you speaking on? No. What is it? What is 2? Okay. NGO accountability increases legitimacy. NGO accountability increases legitimacy. So my special judges, I'm presenting to you group 2A and group 2B. Your time starts now, sir. 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
NGO accountability increases legitimacy. I would like to start with what I can define as accountability. Accountability is the state of being or condition of being accountable or being responsible for what you stand for. So if there is lack of accountability, it can corrode the public trust and respect that people have for the CSO or the NGO and its leaders. And then legitimacy would also be defined as a particular status in which people perceive that organization, and it also makes people to give the consent of the public, the people, the consent of government, the consent of non-state actors to that organization to operate. So it is very important that the NGO or any non-state actor that is acting on behalf of the public good has that accountability in order to ensure that stakeholders are influenced in their decision-making process to run the project throughout the life of the project. So it is very important in order for them, for the NGO to be able to deliver on her objectives, on her mission, to improve management in terms of human and financial resources. And some time ago, early in the 90s, NGOs were just there and they act at their will. But it came to a point that they need to be accountable. So there was a call in the early 90s that they should be accountable. And that made many organizations to try to ensure that their house is in order that they can have that respect of the people. They will be able to have their their representative to be responsible for their actions. And so a lot of call went for NGOs to set up policies that will guide the actions of the representative and its operation. And then there is a need for code of conduct. And of recent, because there is issue of abuses to beneficiary, there is a call for safeguarding policy, the do no harm policy. And that's operational in order for that organization to retain its accountability.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to go into the definition of accountability and legitimacy. We know we are CSO. We are not working for ourselves. We are working for the people we are advocating for. And as CSO, we have our mission, we have our vision, and our core value. When we are working against or doing something that negates our vision, mission, and core value, that means it will diminish our legitimacy. And we know that I can say accountability is the mother of legitimacy. So without accountability, I don't think legitimacy will increase. And we need to also know that we are steward. So we don't just do things based on our own will. So we should follow our own policy and the policy of people who are funding us. So because like what my colleague said, the era of doing things as you like, do as you like is no longer there, because we need to work in line with our guidelines, our policy. And again, we know that our social value is very, very important. So if you fail in terms of accountability, I don't think a donor would like to fund you again, because you need to perform. So when you perform, definitely you find yourself that the social value you need to exhibit or achieve will be there, and people would like to work with you. And I want to talk again, we should not just work just in content alone, but should be involved in content and context. So what I mean is that Coca-Cola liquid should be inside Coca-Cola bottle. So 7-Up liquid should be inside the 7-Up bottle, so you don't need to mix it up. So I think with this, able to buttress my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the greatest form of legitimacy is to have a street credibility. That is, your stakeholders know, they believe in what you do. So for you to achieve this, I used to say this often. EFCC is asking their anti-corruption, and if you want to do schoolmate, you apply online, you might not get it. But if you give any of their staff 30,000, 20,000, you get it in weeks. So that is, they might be accountable, but they are not legitimate. So for we to be accountable, for we to be legitimate, we must know who are we accountable for. First of all, we must be accountable to our project staff. We must let everybody to know what goes on and be part of what happened. We also need to be accountable to the right holders.
the target beneficiaries. We need to be accountable to them. They must know what we are using them for, what we are collecting their name for. Because at times we might do a fine work, we are accountable, we might do everything, and somebody might call them from the field, they might give you a report which might not be, which they misunderstood, that will write all your legitimacy. They also need to be accountable to government agency. We must try to put our house in line with all government structures, all government provision, what government said we should do as an NGO. And we'll also be accountable to our donors. Why we need to be accountable to this is that our proof of legitimacy are the people we are working for. Our proof of legitimacy are the people we are working with. We might have fine work, we might do good work, we might have it on paper, on document. But when they are now coming for due diligence, or they want to verify, or somebody want to verify a report you posted on your social media page, and it's a good work, the thing was there, the picture is there, and somebody from that community is telling you, no, I'm not aware, that thing, no, I scan, not mind them, like your boys, it spoils everything. So for we to have increased legitimacy, we must be accountable to all our right bearers.
Thank you. Please permit me to start. Like my colleagues have said, accountability is responsibility. Being responsible. Well, you can have all the structures, you can have all the policies, but you can still start bending them as you take your decision. So, apart from just being accountable, I think the major thing is the decision making. Taking the right decision that will impact the staff, impact the organization, and also reflect the views or the objectives and the aims of the organization, how it will affect the financial aspect. If you have all the policies and not take the right decisions, the legitimacy too will be called to question. For example, in Nigeria, we have all the laws, we have all the things in place, but people don't still follow the rules and the regulations. And so, if we are properly accountable, definitely it will increase our legitimacy. And by the legitimacy, you have acceptance, you have trust, people will be confident in you, people want to partner with you, and you'll just be all over the place because they already know this is who you are. If you wake the person up or you wake the organization up, the structure of the organization is not just on paper, the policies are not just on paper, but the implementation, the decision making, it's accurate.
Thank you very much. I think the group spent less than the time, which is good for us. So I'll open the floor, or I'll open it to the floor so that anybody can make any contribution, not necessarily repeating what they've said. This the battery is dead. So help us out. Who do I give it to first? I think you're going to use Mike. After Mike, that name is Igwe. After Mike, Igwe. 1 minute, please.
Very quickly, I want to commend the group for their presentation, accountability that increases legitimacy, and their clear definition of accountability, and the fact that accountability will give room for people to understand and recognize you as a credible person working in the community. And the third speaker actually made reference to some compliance issue, which I think is very key to accountability. We're talking about returns to the various agencies like the government. If you are registered with the state needs to know what you are doing back there, so that when somebody is asking about your organization, they can vouch for your organization as well. You are working with the local government or registered with the local government, you understand what they are doing. So there is a need for you to also be accountable to government institutions. CSC, annual return, is a form of accountability as well that can also be put into practice. And then the community and stakeholders you work with, there is room for feedback. There is the need for them to also have a way to reach you and tell you this thing you are doing is working or is not working. You need to do this or you need to do it or channel it this way. So there is room to also create room for feedback at the community level as well. And then regular audit, availability of regular audit is a form of accountability as well, because the first thing that want to push you out as a recognized organization that is accountable is you want to see, do you have an audited account or at least a clear financial statement for the end of the year. It's also an instrument that can look at accountability to open your credibility, and then strong internal control, be it on policy, because we can't downplay the essence of a policy. That people can manipulate it is certain, but the policy has to be there, because the last speaker looked at it that the decision is stronger than the policy, but the policy has to influence the decision. So I think that strong policy for internal control and financial management is very key to accountability as well.
Thank you.
Yes, I just want to quickly add. Others have talked about accountability, building trust, and also taking responsibility. But in terms of program management, I just want to add that meeting deadlines is also an issue of accountability. If you are not meeting deadline for reporting, for example, funders and grant-making organization will see you as somebody who is not accountable. So we want to take that very seriously.
Thank you very much. Tolashe, because of time, let's leave it to that. Let's leave it to that because of time. Tolashe, EU team, any addition to this before I give it to the panelists? Let you speak. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, I won't take your time now.
No problem.
Here you have dealt extensively with the topic. For the purpose of time for our thunder, I just want to bring in an underlining word: transparency. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much from Ekoma. Accountability is a process. It's not a one-day event. So starting from how you even record your time book in your office is also part of accountability. So you can therefore conclude for the foundation to survive, you should try to have that culture of knowing that there is a relationship between accountability and legitimacy, particularly in the areas of registration with the required organization. Some of us will know ourselves, some of us will not even have a CAC. When it's time for proposals, call for proposals, you see us trying to do some maneuvers and we're able to sustain these maneuvers. When you say one line, you need another line to sustain the first line that you have said. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, just to add that accountability is something that you decide to do. You must make up your mind that you're accountable.
Any other contribution? Right. So, EUR team, any intervention from the one who might be able to judge?
Well, I think I'll just add, say that everyone has mentioned all the critical points on how NGO can be accountable and increase legitimacy. I like that part about CAC because that's very important. If we look at the fact that there's even a clause in the new KAMA bill that says citizens can access that your annual returns, yes, you're submitting to the CAC. That creates a pathway for more public awareness on what we do, what we're getting, and how we're spending. We understand that there are speculations about NGOs. They pay you in dollars, some just receive money and they spend it on luxury without really doing the work. So those government regulations are some of the ways we can set the record straight. And on the flip side, I think we also have a responsibility to get citizens to understand that they need to ask for accountability, because that's one thing that does not happen. So it is only when there's a problem that people start demanding. But ordinarily, and I think if it becomes a practice between civil society and the public, then it will become a practice between civil society and government as well, and that way, that helps our work. because you find it difficult to get citizens to even ask government why things are the way they are. So you find you have to start convincing people why it is necessary for you to ask these questions. And let me just give a quick example, just to show you how apathetic our culture is. In my estate, we're being asked to pay additional funds for diesel because of the increase in price of diesel these days, which is fine, but we pay annual, what's it called? Yeah, annual service charge. And the simple question we're asking is, there are about 160 houses in the estate, and just about 5 of us are saying, give us a breakdown of the annual service charge. And over 100 people are saying to us, you don't have any business asking. They are doing us a favor. The exco are doing us a favor. And that's the mindset of citizens with government as well. So government in the minds of people are doing us a favor. So why should they ask government to be accountable? So what I'm just saying is, we have to be deliberate as civil society organizations to get citizens to know that they can ask us what we are getting and how we are spending it and how it benefits them. And that way, if it becomes a culture, then it makes voice and accountability and transparency strengthened commonly in the society. So that's just my additional.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. You want to add?
I think I'm at the risk of repeating what's been said. Otherwise, we got very useful points from you, and I think maybe because Sokoto is not here, so within a few minutes you are done. But luckily, the audience came out and bailed you out, in the sense that we got that point of legitimacy. I think maybe we shouldn't overlook the legitimacy, which is conforming to the law. And I think I got a lot of that from that angle in terms of your financial statements. I think this is what this topic is really dwelling on your internal control, your regular audits. I got that bit. I think those things they make any NGO to be legitimate. And I love that bit about I think it's street credibility or something. Yeah. I think that's a very good expression. And in terms of that, NGOs are stewards. They are stewards. So if somebody had given you some money, and then given you whatever resources, anything, and then you have to account for it. But then relating it to legitimacy, you have to account for it in terms of your financial records. You have to account for it in terms of audits that you do, in terms of all these checks. So when CAC comes, or the Federal Internal Revenue or the state equivalent comes, you are ready for it. So I think we've been able to cover that. What we would love to hear more, again, specific, just examples from relating to you, not about any other NGO, but relating to you. Like, okay, because our books our records are in order, we were able to achieve this. We would love to hear that if there is any from you. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Group 2. You did very well with it. Before I go to summary and the scores, we give the scores based on your points and in relevance to the topic you're dealing with, so that you understand what we're doing. All right, for Group A in Group 2, you started with the definition, which was good. And then you went over to say that you should be able to deliver their goals. NGOs should be able to deliver on their goals, which they have set aside from the beginning. Setting up policies as well. Talking about others as a code of conduct. You talked about accountability being the mother of legitimacy, and as well as the fact that we're stewards. Those are the key points we picked from you. Then from Group B, we picked strict credibility, which we explained as credibility with your stakeholders. Then be accountable to the right holders, which is also key. You need to be open to your staff.
accountable to government agencies as well as your donors. Another thing you said, which was also key, was accountability is responsibility, which is also very good. Then taking the right decision, which is also good, as well as we should be accessible and then build trust. So for the scores, we gave 6 to A and 8 to B. Thank you.
So, congratulations, Group 2. You've spoken very well. I think you can see all the contributions. It's adding value to what you said. So I just want to be sure that it's not just about talking about this. It's about taking this back home to also integrate into our own system so that we can appear better organizations and have legitimacy. Thank you very much. We can think about how we group photograph if you want to. Where's our paparazzi? It's a 111. Somebody needs to. You can use the banner. You can use the banners. You can use the roll-up banner.
Be outside.
The official one.
All right, thank you very much. Group 3, are we ready? Group 3, are we ready? Are they not talking? What's the problem? We are. Thank you, Group 2. Please a round of applause for them again. Thank you. Who is missing out? Which one? Okay. One house, please. I'm presenting to you Group 3, Group 3A, Group 3B. I think the topic we want to discuss is stakeholder identification and influencing are important to project management.
I'm sorry. I thought they should do 3.
No,
we're not meant to choose. The others did not choose. They chose.
They asked to choose. Okay, hold on, please. So they're actually discussing stakeholder identification and influencing are important to project management. So, judges, I'm presenting to you Group 3, and their time starts now.
Good morning, everybody. My name remains Omiragua. Yeah, the problem with most NGOs is that they don't do proper identification of stakeholders, and if our project wants to sustain, we must identify the right stakeholders, not just looking for who is around and who is not around. We need to do proper identification so that the project can be sustained. And we must also make sure that they are fully part of what we are doing. And based on some experiences we've had, we've seen some NGOs who don't sustain their projects because they are not carrying the right stakeholders. And we know that we have 3 types of stakeholders. We have the primary stakeholders, and these are the individuals or group of people who are directly involved or affected positively or negatively. And we have the secondary stakeholders, who are individuals or group of people who will indirectly be affected by the outcome of the project. And we have the key stakeholders. They are those who are involved or affected by the project or an effort or project outcome. The key stakeholder belong to the primary or secondary stakeholders and have strong influence over the projects. So these three categories of stakeholders must be carefully identified, not just rushing, wanting to do things in haphazardly. Because if you do things haphazardly, you get haphazard results. Because these key stakeholders must take ownership of that project, not just you that is implementing it. They must know that this project is ours. And that's where monitoring and evaluation comes in, because they want to be part of everything from the beginning to the end. And my point is that we should identify the right, so that's why I've been emphasizing on it over and over again, so that we get a good job. Thank you.
We should give me a round of applause now. Okay, thank you very much. Looking at the topic we are handling, stakeholders identification and influencing the importance of the project management, we are looking at the identification of the right key stakeholders for a particular project. You know, some of us, we only go into identifying stakeholders because sometimes stakeholders can also affect the outcome of a project. If rightly identified and you know what they are expected to do at that particular project, I think they will influence that project, making that project achieve its goals and objectives. Now, managing stakeholders is also a very big problem. You know, sometimes most stakeholders are difficult to understand. So sometimes you give them clear directions, try to make them impute their own suggestion. Sometimes it may not go well with the project management team, but if you see it's going to affect the project positively, you don't have a choice than to go with their own decision. The most important thing is to get the final outcome of the project, which is the getting your objective done. Now, I'll use an example of what we encountered when we actually paid one of the local government council courtesy visit. So the heads of admin actually received the team and raised a very vital point. The governors, the community governors council members we trained to sustain citizen participation in governance within their community. So he told them that if you want anything to be done in your community and you have somebody that is close to the governor, that irrespective of the party the person belongs, that do not hesitate to go to that person, to reach out to the governor to get that project done within the community. You wouldn't say because he belongs to this party, for that reason you're not going to do with the person, knowing fully well that with the intervention of such a person, such a project can easily fly, that they should put that into consideration. In as much as we try to make them understand that when it comes to governance in community, you shouldn't bring in partisan, but sometimes you might have some influencers that are party members, that are strong party members, and they can influence projects within the community. So they should also give them the opportunity to also do that. So dealing with stakeholders, managing stakeholders, and placing them in where they belong in the project cycle is very, very important, because that is the only way you can get your objectives achieved at the end of the project. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the statement, stakeholder implication and influencing are important to brain management is a very true theory, straightforward. We can actually prove it. I'll give some examples. But like I said, I think stakeholders have to be in 3 levels. Those who are already involved in the management of the project, those who are affected, by the project outcomes and activities, and also those who exert some influence, on the project itself. So it's key, like you said, for us to identify them and also know how we can engage them, because every stakeholder has an expectation regarding the project. Has a stake, has an interest. So is it going to be positive for your project or negative? And you know how to, engage them. Because it also involves you deploy resources in doing this. So it's very key, like they have established. I'll give an example. There's a project we had from the National Foundation. We were told during the due diligence that it's not because you wrote something very fantastic, but because it's something you attached. And what was it? We said we were in a conference in Ministry of Education, and they gave a presentation that they wanted just to be trained in the States. That was the capacity gap they had. So we wrote on that. And I just attached the presentation at that conference. And they said because they saw that as coming from the States, the States will be actively involved in sustaining this and supporting it. So it's not what you wrote, your objective and whatever. I was shocked. So it means that even you're developing your project in the first place, your stakeholder analysis is very, very important. It should be part of your project's design to the donor. That's one. And number 2, I talked about that stakeholders also those who are involved in implementation. And we happen to be in the consortium grant, Chisholm, June 1st, Abby. All right. We have four partners. My mission is a big partner. So basically, we were really the ones who really designed, spend time on the counter or whatever. But even before we are getting the grant, what we did, we already had our inception workshop, because we know that the other 3 organizations, if they don't know their bit, know what to do and bring in their all, there's nothing we can do as the CSO. So we have already, with our resources, had an inception workshop where everybody's bit of the project, down to your activities, down to your budget is analyzed, and we are all set now. Because we can't achieve without their key internal stakeholders, like I mentioned. Now talking about those who exert influence, the government, very, very key. Sustainability for projects, we're talking about project management now. If you don't have a good plan, there's no way that you can be successful. And you cannot tie sustainability to yourself, the implementer. It must be to the community and the government. Each project is temporary. It's temporary, intervention. That's why it's a project. That's a lifespan. But after you exit, what next? That is where the government comes in. Who exactly influence the community members. So it's very important that even in your programming, your design, these persons, the influence that they bring in sustainability, you are able to identify it and showcase it as what will help you sustain the project. And every time it flies, because when you leave, government is always there, community is always there. So I see stakeholder analysis as very, very important. We should not rush it. We must take time to identify them, like he said, know how you're going to engage them. Even some have negative, interest. Then how can I, bring down that influence in the project? And those who are positive influence, how can I, magnify it, bring them in? Because we know a project is a collaborative effort. You don't ever see yourself as the only one that will make it successful. In the management, you need these players. Identifying them, knowing their roles, knowing their stake, and also what they expect from you as regards your outcome is key. I think I will just drop it here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will be talking from the perspective of the network. You cannot take away the collaboration between your stakeholders and your project. The first thing you identify when you want to execute projects, like my colleagues have said, is identifying your stakeholders. They play a major role in your project. I'll give an example. When we got this grant by Conspiracy,
we identified our stakeholders, and during our inception meeting, the two of them that were the stakeholders that came to our inception meeting, one confessed that he had never heard about Congos. And ever since that inception meeting, he has called us from some other programs. Not just that, the other partner who came as a stakeholder also made us understand that we needed their ministry to be a part of Congos. And ever since they've been coming for our meetings, calling us. That is the strength of having stakeholders and identifying the right stakeholders. Then for us as a network, this we have passed on to members. You cannot work without stakeholders in a community. They own the project. If you exit, what happens after that? You come years later and nobody can tell what has happened. They don't even know your name. But even when you exit, the stakeholder that you mapped out rightly will let them know, yes, Q Initiative was there, Combos was there, and this was what they did. Thank you so much. I think I've done a little from the network background. Thank you.
Thank you. I like Edo people because they are good management, time managers.
I'm sure you guys are not shying away from talking too much. We want you to talk. We want to hear more from you. Okay, I'm going to open it to the floor so that people can make one or two contributions to what they've said. The topic is stakeholder identification and influencing are important to project management. What's your view? One, another person, two, three.
Question for please.
Just 1 minute.
Yes, just 1 minute. I want to appreciate the group for their contribution. I just want to focus on the influencing, stakeholders identification and influencing. I haven't identified your stakeholders. How do you influence them? Because the essence of the stakeholder identification is for sustainability processes. So one of the ways you influence or engage the stakeholders after identifying them is to commit them by probably setting up a project management team from the community and have them be part of it. When during implementations of the activities, right to invite them so that they can be present. And as has been pointed out also, you can have an orientation meeting with the stakeholders. Adopting those approaches would help to have them have a buy-in into the project and support it. Thank you.
You didn't raise up your hand.
I think a lot was said about stakeholder actually, and I know the likes of the men here decided to steal that topic for until they will not have gone there because he knew that was supposed to be our topic. But we'll give it to you, no problem. I like the analysis that they have given so far, but I think from the perspective first the speaker and from the popular side have just made, I am also coming from that angle. Stakeholder, because the project itself is about stakeholder, that's the truth. It's either you are looking at it from stakeholders to influence or stakeholders who need your response, which is the duty bearer and the right bearer all together. So in that case, we are looking at stakeholder, there's a need to engage from the very beginning. And that is why most projects always emphasize entry advocacy. And then they are talking about other forms that we can also engage in. And I think it's also proper that most of the time, this stakeholder, we also give them feedback in form of projects and close out meetings so that they can understand, we came here, this was where we were, and now we are leaving, this is what we have done. But we think these gaps are still there. In case we come back, any other group come back, this is what you should present to them. So they also understand and appreciate where they are now and where they can also go to. Otherwise, when the project ends and you go, they say, those ones just came to make things and they have left, nothing happened, because they don't understand the incremental value you have made. That marginal value is very important because one person cannot solve the whole problem. But that dissemination of closed meeting will help you to establish this is what we have done, this is what is remaining. That can also be done by others. Thank you.
Well done, guys. I just want to add my voice to what you have said. You said it all. You talked about mapping. When you talk about stakeholders, they are the key actors when it comes to any project. Once you are set for a particular project, because you have different stakeholders that you need to work with in different projects. Once you've been able to put your project implementation team right, the next step is for them to map and identify the stakeholders. And they are very key to every project that you do. I give you an instance with what we're doing with British Council now on GBV, gender-based violence. Most of my colleagues in the hall can attest to it. We had every ministry, agency, CSOs that have something to do with gender-based violence key in as stakeholders. We identified them and we brought them to a hall to do a conversation. In conversation, where are we? Where do we need to go to, the way forward and all that? I tell you a very good success story from our own engagement with the stakeholders, having solicited their buying into what we do. The Ministry of Education, I invited them, and we never added the school, the in-school youth into what we do. But guess what? They came in at the end of the day, they understood everything in terms of references and all. And they called us for a meeting. We met with them, and guess what? They killed into our sensitization. And I want to tell you for this that in the last 4 weeks, because we have the superb and Ministry of Education key into our projects, especially the Commissioner for Education, we have 22 children that we have picked out for rape, for defilement, for abuse, that we have to evacuate into different shelters in Benin City. Not to talk about the Ministry of Justice. I have FIDA with me here. When women are battered, when you shout, they are valuable to you. So I just want to say stakeholders are very key when it comes to executing any form of transaction or business or project, where you identify the right people that speak to that exact project that you're executing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The last
Thank you, powerful chief. There's a perspective I want to bring, and that is usually from our experience when we are designing and implementing projects. If you talk about stakeholders, especially community-based and sustainability, I want to ask other organizations, have there been projects that you implemented and after 2 years is still running because you have stakeholders? Oftentimes we omit the important area of motivation for the stakeholders. I have had project monitoring committees that are community-based, and at the end of the day, because there is nothing for them, what is the need for me? There is nothing for them on a sustainable basis. So when you exit, after a while, the whole thing just dies down. Of course, when you come around, they hail you, they know you, maybe they still wear the uniforms that you gave them. But at the end of the day, let's be sincere. Community-based, for those of us that work in villages, if community people do not have something in that project for them, once you exit, there seems to be, debt to that project. So we need to consider the aspect of motivation for stakeholders.
Thank you very much. I'm coming to you to
Thank you very much. I'd like to say that we find ourselves in a process-driven environment, and as much as we try to implement projects, I have had the mention of stakeholders, here and there. But because we're in a process-driven environment where we implement development work, it's always important to take one key strategic thing into mind. Stakeholders can be internal as well as external in a program or in a project, if you like. And if we don't properly do what we call a stakeholders analysis, we will not be able to, so we'll just keep saying things and driving things from different perspectives. But once the process is streamlined, it will be able to help us engage and manage stakeholders, whether they're internal or external, whether they are primary or secondary. What the last speaker just said, I want to ride on that, and what, sorry, I don't know, I cannot see her tag in the front, so I was just wondering.
Joyous May.
Okay, Joyous May. Now, for me, being a process-driven person, this is what I understand. If you are planning to do a project, it's important to take stakeholder, in fact, not just stakeholder identification, based on what I'm seeing here, stakeholder, but not just identifying them, but going through a process, and this is number one. For stakeholders, like I said, they can be primary or secondary, they can be internal or external, but one important thing that, that is the link that ties them all is this. Number one, every stakeholder has expectations. So if in the process of identifying them and analyzing their needs, it's important we factor in their expectations into that. Some stakeholders are just interested in information in a project, for example. While others, my brother, just like you said, that motivation. Some people are looking forward to riding on what kind of motivation do you give to me? And that kind of motivation is, to some extent, how you manage it determines, the sustainability of their enthusiasm that can be sustained on that. And then not only that, in spite of the fact that they have expectations, they also have weaknesses. So if we're able to do an analysis of their weaknesses, if we're also able to do analysis of their strengths, for example, because there are stakeholders that you can do what you want to be able to get to the government, to get the government to listen to you, and you may not succeed, but there are stakeholders that if you factor them, they have ears and connections, here and there, and if you factor them into your planning and your analysis, and you're able to identify them, you just talk to them that, look, we've been trying to get this done, but we've not been able to do it. If you talk to those kind of people, you'll be surprised that something you have spent 2-3 years trying to get done with the government, they can conveniently in a day or two do that for you. So there are expectations, there are weaknesses, there are strengths, and then also stakeholders also, in that relationship, you will have to ask yourself, that particular project you are implementing, there are different levels of expectations across these people. So you will need to map out, okay, stakeholder A, for example, if it's external, what do they expect from a relationship with us? So if you're able to do that conveniently, that will enable you to be able to identify strategies for sustainably engaging these people. So that for me, being a process-driven person, is what I understand by not just stakeholder identification, but also stakeholder identification and analysis. If we're able to do it well and tie it well with the right kind of support, I believe that a lot of things that he said and what you said, we can be able to manage those expectations and things like that sustainably. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. I think in Nigeria also, there are ways we define things. Somebody was asked to define workshop, and the person said, when you walk, you shop. Okay, so if you also want to define stakeholder, the word stakeholder, the person is holding a stake in the process. So that is the expectation of the person. Am I correct? Okay. So I will give the floor to Laura too.
Anyway, good morning, everyone. I wanted to just ask a question, and I think that question has already been answered by what Lydia has said. Because from what I heard in the room, where we kept talking about the stakeholders as if they are the positive, they are people that support us all the time. But however, when you look back and you do your analysis very well, you will be able to see that these stakeholders, yes, when we categorize them, like Ilya has said, you will know that it is not really all of them that are supporting us. So how do you identify those people and how do you work with them? So for instance, if you have those that you know will stop the water from running, they are your stakeholders. You throw them away. You devise a way of engaging them because of where they are. So I just wanted to emphasize the need for us to do an analysis very well. And that way we're able to get what the other speaker has said. How do you keep them, even after the project? And these are things that really make us to have.
I'll still come back to you. Hafsat, Jonas,
thank you.
Either I want to call you to your seat.
It can forever be coming to this. I have to listen to this. Anyway, I was going to say that we are all experienced NGOs, and this topic is not new to us, and I think we've done it very well. But there's this vibrancy that I got when we started this workshop from the Edo people. And my colleagues will be meeting with you like, you told you these people are vibrant. Please, I would like you to also translate that vibrancy into giving us, if it's some hints, it's your own experience, personal. So specific examples. I won't bother so much about this topic because I know we're still talking about government engagement, citizen engagement. But I like joyful too. Joyously, that she was able to give one or two examples. So if you could just hint us, these are not new topics to you. You've given us the key point, good, but please, and don't forget the purpose of we bringing you together is to share experience. Is that cross? Now there's no stage with you to cross land, or you could cross land from one NGO to the other, from one senatorial district to the other. So please, we would love to see how this has translated into something positive for you. Just for that. But otherwise, you've given us very fantastic points. We're happy to hear that. We'd like you to, I mean, some of us are meeting you for the first time. We're getting to know your NGO for the first time. So if you don't go beyond some things for us, we'll know, oh, you are doing this in Edo State, you are doing this in Ekuma, where are my Ekuma people again? So please, we want to hear. All right, so thank you very much.
All right. Judges?
All right, thank you everybody. The group were able to everybody understood what they talked about, at least they were able to pass the information across. So group A, we talked about how it is important to identify the right stakeholders as they are relevant to the project. We also talked about how the stakeholders can influence the project, whether it's positive or negative, and we should allow the stakeholders to be able to give their points. Then you will now know what to do with that point, how to, put value to the points that they've been given to, but at least allowing them to know that they are also very important is also very good. Then proper management of stakeholders to channel the project also good, because some stakeholders, like they mentioned, it can either be positive or negative. If you do not know how to manage your stakeholders, it's not going to be very good. Knowing how to manage them in the sense how they manage your project, good if they are being able to, put you out there in a positive light as well. Then for group 2, we talked about knowing the interest of the stakeholder, which is also good, because if the interest of the stakeholder aligns with your project, you will have smooth sailing. It will be easier for you to, run your project very well. We've already talked about proper stakeholder analysis, and then you talked about inception workshop, that's including everybody's ideas, proper planning implementation, that's also putting what do you call it now? How do they influence your project? That's having important bodies, that's both internal government, the community. How are you involving all of them in your project? And then stakeholders impact. The impact of the stakeholders in your project is very, very important. So based on that, we gave both groups 8 because they were able to explain very well what the topic was about.
Thank you very much, Group 3. You can take a bow. You've done very well. Thank you. What do you have a photograph? Group photograph. Official one. Both official and unofficial. Where's the official? Let's say, yeah. Please, the last group, very sure that you guys are going to make us a bit happier. We are happy already, a bit happier in terms of giving us examples of your specific organizations, how the topic translates to what you do, and some of the things, key things we want to hear happening in Edo State. So people are hungry, they are eager to hear from you what is happening in Edo State. I know a lot of things are happening that we are not seeing right now, so I want us to do that. So, yeah, we'll get there, don't worry. So, group 4, please, I'm pleased to invite you to the high table. Group 4, we're still waiting for the front. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, Group 4 is going to be discussing program evaluation and documenting outcome results can make your NGO successful. Program evaluation and documenting outcome results can make your NGO successful. I know at the end of this conversation, I won't give the microphone to Ilya, otherwise he will take us to a class. So I'm glad to introduce to you Group 4. They'll be doing their 15 minutes, starting from 4A. 15 minutes. 15. How about 15? An average of 30 seconds each. Thank you. Your time starts now.
Yeah, good afternoon. I think we are very privileged to be the group taking when it's exactly 12 o'clock. Okay, thank you. Okay, our work is looking at program evaluation and documentation, documenting reports and how it influences the work of the NGO or the success of our work. Well, when we look at it from the part of program evaluation, it's taking us a clue into what the program itself entails. But to get there for sure, you know that there is need for us to deliberately plan for the evaluation itself. And that has to also put into consideration some form of monitoring. So that at the end, whatever you're evaluating is reflecting on what you have seen in your monitoring in the first place. And then someone want to ask, what does this really mean to us? As an organization, when we are planning first the program from the very beginning, you build in the evaluation form and try to look at how this information will be gathered. And then you look at that form of gathering information, you're looking at how it can also be documented. And that brings us to the fact that as an organization would play or would put very high emphasis on monitoring plan. Monitoring plan is very key here, and that also puts first attention to other things like the risk metrics, looking at the possible things that could be an obstacle to achieving the outcome of the result of the project. And then we are looking at how do we document this outcome, and then we are looking at the very tools to use to capture the various information, what information do we want to capture, and then what will this information speak to. And then in developing these two, or developing this reporting template, we'll be looking also at the indicators that the organization, the project has set for itself. Because we know that when the project evaluation and documentation is properly done, and you are able to measure your outcome and result, certain privileges and benefits is standing out for us. The first is the fact that in doing this, it sets for us as a reference point. You are looking at issue in governance, for instance, you're looking at what have you done in governance, what were the outcomes, what were the results that we documented or that we have seen in the past. So we'll go back to the reports, the MIA report, the narrative report, the outcome report, the evaluation report. And then in the report, we are looking at what gaps were identified by the evaluation. And then this helps us to now program for new areas. So in that case, it's serving for us as a reference point because we have documented these processes. And it is those gaps that we actually build on to see how we can become successful in the other areas we are looking for further intervention. It also helps us to demonstrate our capacity. Somebody is asking, have you done this work before? What tells us that you have the capacity to do this and that? It is what you have documented that you can easily bring forward. And they say your evidence. If you have not documented anything in your evaluation, in your monitoring report, in your narrative report, for sure you don't have anything to refer to. It just looks as if everything you have done cannot just end in pictures, but it has to be properly documented. And then we're also saying that this monitoring evaluations will help us in knowledge management, especially for organizations that at our level. You know that at times we have a high level of attrition, staff attrition. And when staff come in, they go, they build their capacity to understand, big organizations come in and they take them away like the British Council, and we are left to start all over again to build up. But you see that when you have a good documenting system, a evaluation report that tells what you have done, and somebody who has some level of understanding is coming in and he looks at this report and he reads through and he sees the step-by-step approach that have been taken and the processes that have been taken, the issues that have been identified, the outcome that have been, the results that have been achieved, and then you now look at the gaps, you say, okay, if this has been done, let me not do this again, let me do this. So it serves as a form of knowledge management for those who are coming in, so that they don't just become neophytes in whatever you are doing, they understand from the beginning what you have done and where you are going to again. And then again, we also say that lessons we have learned from the documentation of this outcome also helps to program for further interventions, like I have said, and this exposes you to donors, it explains your credibility, and it gives you a lot of visibility, because even if you are working with one donor, another donor is saying, I want to do something here, those one can speak on your behalf. No, don't worry, go here. They have the capacity to do what you want to do. I have seen their documentation, I have seen their report, I have seen this. And that puts you at an advantage because you have a good documentation and you have a good evaluation system. Because the advantage of an evaluation is the fact that it makes your next work easier. If you have a good evaluator to do your work, whether internal or external, and you see the outcome, the result of that evaluation, there is no way that you sit down and say, I don't have another work to do in this area. It exposes you to say, okay, there are gaps here, there are gaps here. And when you build on those gaps and build a context around the gaps that you have seen, you have another intervention to write on. So for sure, it creates a huge success for us as an organization, and we value you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just to add to evaluation, like you said, evaluation has its own systems and tools. It's not something you start at the middle or at the end. You deliberately deal with it from the beginning to the end, and it helps you a lot to assess your work. And then for accountability, documentation, it's critical to every and any project. But first, it aids transparency, aids accountability, and at Transportation Network Edo State, before EU started training us, we were doing so much work. Like we had over 200 cases we were being in front of all forms of child abuse. And people just sit down, call us, they try to put abuse, there's somebody on the street,
will run there, go to the police station, report the matter, ensure that it's investigated and charged to court. And most times we get judgments, like people are put in jail, but we're not doing enough documentation. So that put us at a disadvantage. It was when we're doing coaching that we realized that documentation is so important. And the people we appear to be helping were using the information to get grants. And we didn't have money, we're just training ourselves, using our personal resources to do this matter. So documentation is so, so important. And like our governor said,
which of the governors?
Salut, I don't know. You know, we had an inception course for incidentally, we're part of the consortium. They taught us in that class that you don't take anything for granted in documentation. You don't feel that something is not important. I don't think that you remember everything. So it's important that you document everything, each step of the way, so that it becomes part of your eventual assessment. So it helps you to know how far you have gone, and it makes you successful at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Much has been said about what evaluation is, and also documenting the evaluation process. I just want to share an experience, how this has made my organization successful. We had a project on HIV and AIDS. We collaborated with the University of Windsor in Canada to implement that project in Benin City, Edo State, generally. While we, the Nigerian partners, were interested in going to the field, collecting per diems, the traditional partners were interested in documenting the results of that project. It was a 5-year project. Now, of course, you have process evaluation. It helps you to know what is working and what is not working. Then at the end of the day, when the report, what was documented now from the project was shared with us, we were amazed. We had put in so much implementing this project in the community, and we on our own didn't document anything. They shared that with us. Again, that has helped us, because any project we buy for or we apply for, we always make reference to what we have done, collaborating with University of Windsor. And that singular act alone has made IDROC Canada, International Development Research Center Canada, to have supported us for the last 14 years. We have really learned a lot from documenting. One thing is to do work. Another thing is to properly document what is working and also what is not working. Yes, if donors or funders know that, yes, this is what you are good at, this is what you know how to do best, I'm sure they are ready to support you. For us, we have received so many calls for application, just close call, so many times. And at some point, we were having opportunity, what we call opportunity fund for many years. They will just call you to say, we have these funds available, number of millions. Can you implement this project within 3 months, within 6 months? All of this is based on what we have done and what we have documented. So I want to enjoin all of us. Do your work well, but do not forget to document what you have done. And my colleague talked about various tools that you can use in documenting your project. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone present. I think this
topic is very important. Talking of evaluation and documentation. You know, the reason why we are all here is part of evaluation. I think the EU Act project team want to also evaluate how far the grantees has gone concerning the opportunity granted to all of us. I want to say that evaluation is very, very key, it's very important from the beginning of the project cycle to the end. When you evaluate, you'll be able to check where you started from, then you can also know where you are going to. Just for instance, when you measure your results, your outcome, and you share it with the relevant stakeholders in the society, it gives you more credibility, more legitimacy. For instance, in my organization, we had the opportunity to handle a project that is on monitoring and monitoring of the conditional cash transfer and giving this cash to the poorest of the poor in Nigeria. That drew us closer to a unit of the government, the cash transfer unit, and in Edo State, we had the opportunity of relating with this unit, and because of that opportunity, we are always invited to any of their meetings, their end of year review meeting. So it has strengthened the collaboration between my organization and the government units. So I think when we evaluate our project very well, we target the right stakeholders, it will give us opportunity to relate with the public and the various stakeholders. Then we'll have that legitimacy to exist as an organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are heading into tea break time, so let me quickly take intervention from the floor. EU team, then the judges can wrap. So, okay, your hands up. Only now.
Yeah, I just want to add a little bit to it, or you have dealt very well with it. For program evaluation, it's extracted from the monitoring. Monitoring takes effect from the inception of the project, and the end result, we look at the evaluation. When we're evaluating, we're actually looking at impact analysis. We look at the impact analysis. And when that is done, we're able to certify that we're very good with, we're successful with our deliverables. And I think this has to do with all the documentation as well. That the outcome, the result, needs to be very visible. So I want to say, how visible are we? Because it has worked for us. When you talk about visibility, I think we borrowed that from the EU Act training. We made ourselves very visible from impact analysis of some of the projects we did. We escalated. We escalate successes, not only conflicts. We escalated and our successes all over the different, we using the different media handles and all that. And by so doing, the success that we made very visible has earned us, since we started this project, has actually earned us 3 other projects that we're implementing across the states. So it's good to escalate and evaluate, doing your impact analysis, your success stories, you make them visible, you escalate them, and by then, the funders will look for you. Thank you.
I got the hint, Tonashi, when you were saying that
you are not really getting, the meat, okay, from this conversation. And some of them just said, well, they've seen a session on what was different, how will you sustain it, what should be improved on, and all that. Then they will have the opportunity to actually deliver some of those things that you want to get. So just get your ear ticket, okay? So, who else wants to make a quick intervention before I hand over to the judges? So that we can wrap this session. Lauren, you don't want to say anything. Somebody talked about visibility. I know you want to hear it.
Yeah, but it's good to hear it.
Okay, so I'm going to hand it over to the judges and let them talk to us about what has happened.
Okay, group 4, amazing. I think you guys almost wanted to tell us everything that had to do with that topic. And both groups let me just, for summary's sake, go through what was said. For group 4A, your points as follows: plan for evaluation, which leads to monitoring. We talked about information gathering using the evaluation form, going through monitoring plans, talk about the risk matrix, tools to capture information, the indicators. Then you said it serves as reference to help fill the gaps, help, help demonstrates capacity. It helps in knowledge management as well. That's for those coming into the organization. It helps to project for further implementation as well. It aids transparency and accountability. Lack of documentation can lead to a disadvantage. Documentation documents everything, take nothing for granted. For B, you guys did a lot of explaining your points as we pick them as follow. Process evaluation, that tells you what's working and what's not working, and most of the explanation lie in this aspect. Said it helps in getting grants, further grants from donors. I also repeated it where he said it tells where your strengths and weaknesses are. Evaluation is important and should start from the beginning of the project. Sharing outcome gives legitimacy to your organization. It gives opportunity to relate with the public and government. So after thinking, I give A a 9 and B an 8. Thank you.
Congratulations, group 4. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. You can have your group photograph and take a bow. Official photographer. Unofficial. The official photographer has disappeared. Okay. So on that note, we'll break for tea. Then we'll return in how many minutes? We'll return by we've exhausted our time. I don't think you are 20 minutes. So let's just step out. I think the tea break will be served here. Yeah? So let's step out 20 minutes, let's have our tea and come back so that we can wrap up as early as possible today. Thank you very much. My special judges, thank you for the good work. Take a bow. God bless you. Thank you. Oh, I think I snapped one. Photo. Sorry, sir. I mean, judges. I want to judge you now. Yes, you don't judge them. Well done, good job. Please, let's step out for the break. Just 20 minutes. I'm unofficial. Please. I'm right here.
Okay, so I want to go back.
Okay. Is it recording? Are you still recording?
No, no, no.
This one is live.
You know what? You form now. You know what? Yeah. I went down. Yeah. I know there's space for that. No, no, sir. Yeah. I'm back. Thank you. That's all. You form.
That was almost like
You
the rice and
every
For Tuesday, I was just looking at their list now. Okay, but to know how to adjust.
Okay, but please you correct it to GT.
Yes, I will. So that I will even be looking out for Anita and Nita. And so I have so many Anitas in my thank you.
gym stands. Yes. How can somebody be eating and being inside the AC? How are you going to burn it up?
What's it back the way? Who is it? This is not my seat. What's it back the way? No, move back. When we launch, a launch, we will get that one. Is that launch? You don't chop breakfast.
No, they just cook. They cook at the way they like.
No, I for like to carry this thing go to, but my belly don't tight. Wait, make I bring salad.
Okay, I'll bring my own.
Then there's no point. That's just what she's saying. Everything she has said is pointing to that direction. Indicated that Nena is the person we should blame with. And for everything Nena complains, the website she complained about, and I have to ask her and sit her to step in. It's not like they will not the other organizations willing to go ahead with this thing. I'm just tired of them. I'm tired of all of them. For Nena, everybody. We will not.
Make them not call you from this day they call the house of we're not supposed to try to say don't worry about it.
Hey, she said it.
Sabbath, now there.
No, I never go online and we should.
Yes,
Come on, just
carry on.
No, I wasn't available already.
We fit drink this tea here. You can drink this tea here.
Go far too.
What is up?
Okay, there's no stopper, there's lunch. Okay, lunch you can't hope you have water.
Okay. Okay.
Welcome back to the city. I'm still looking at your list. Now try and draft out the impact. Let's look at it. Draft out the impact on to so that can we are doing what you that office. The MSC just left after assessment. I was calling you to follow up with you. So there's a question to you because it was no longer happening. Since they started going there, they've been coming. Other than that place, first let me know. The contractor.
It's grassroots television. Yeah, I.
This is part of it, you know, these are part so it's the ability to accommodate all the stress that makes you strong. And here we already know enough. So you send message back to us because say that whether they are giving you contract or say they are able to buy it at you know, I have the contract for something. So the one that is making you stronger every day. Anything from one day. Okay, just pick a day that is free for you and start it down. You can communicate with them. Tell them that you say they are not free and they won't get it immediately. So that you just follow the phone to them. Just let it know. Oh, this is the one free. Thank you. Let's say you did very well. But there are also programs in government that flight issue. So we're not doing intra. We are not doing, we are doing interstate, we are doing intra, juice, whatever. I see internal because we didn't do the
Intrastate.
inter and intra social workers. It's interstate as in those states, intra as in between the NGOs and the so we are doing well. It's an opportunity to socialize and we are not attending any of your communities except for your training. Yes, we do. Your data will be very clearly also for the MSH. There's another good so it's just to do things I'm sitting with his sister, barrister Jimmy. She's here with me, she's just posting that what Shagma is telling me is that she'll be busy on Tuesday, but she'll be they spread it. So just try and make sure one day from Monday. You know, we also remember to call her for that. I'm 90, I was thinking of the way out of this political then my daughter is waitress. I think the ways to help us. So I'm also trying to bring them instead of honest, when they it's not available in sense then a media person wants to talk to me. And another meeting is maybe you can do something, maybe you can write out talk about this. The person contributing to that study. It is so relaxed now for the social worker. People are doing fantastic. Even my business is so lucky. People that are like my children, my family, business cannot be coordinated. Nigeria, go to your YouTube and on Facebook. You see this program live, this program we are doing. You see it live. Thank you so much. My name is Anita. I'll get a contact so that you can also invite her. If you want to use her for that, you try out. You can paint the other one that you pay for and see how you can do something like this. Or she will just come by the next also say, yeah, I'm also asking, since we did that, this is the program, if you can also do that. If you are available to them, are you available on Monday? You are available on Monday. Who bring me? I need we're still trying to look at your list and see who you are who is eligible. I'm on 23 now, and we're supposed to be on 35 on 23, so I don't want to require all the spaces for you to be to one another. I'll send this 23 to you now. I'll send you my number and my name.
Already?
So I'll send it to you so that when you take it up, you know it. So all you guys need. When I saw you back, your neck. Your massager is not working, then you can go to the hospital. You want to stay home sometimes because you want to follow your routine, you drink and night, no sleep, no sleep, all that. Sometimes you also take that time to rest. You can sleep on your bed and do it. You can lie on your bed and do what you do. You can even move the phone to that office space. You can see you can use it. Couldn't do it that because of the so I just close the door and put the phone down. When you are done, you put the phone down to the room. And you sit on the chair. You need to get it that it's not too easy to work on. When you are calling, you have to come inside and do the traffic. So I can also take care of yourself. You can take 5K from that money in your account to do your medication. 5,000 from that to buy some things. Take care of your home.
You don't have To pay for the council, there's the cost of the practice,
And the worst thing is we can
Yes.
I bet we cannot.
Powerful. Cheap.
I will reconvene here. We'll see where we
This is a popular one.
So you'll be added.
Which is that?
It's GTP Nigeria.
Okay, when we see the video.
Yes, that's right.
don't mind them. See, they are around for trade. You want to see that one
Madam, please you can.
Okay, I'm coming.
It's like a media engine, so they have to escalate and be visible, increase your visibility, project your work. Yes, welcome back.
sacrifice that and get it all.
My place will be for
Can I give you a small test? These are his two numbers.
We need to really see that.
Okay, we should not see this.
Yeah. After the peer committee. After the peer committee, we are going to Okay.
Let me know so that my guy will come.
Okay, to join us.
Yes.
Okay, he said he will still be.
No, yeah, but the funded ones,
So, I was thinking, let's make a because you are just smiling. Tomorrow it will still get you from you will want us. It's just
They don't understand.
yes. It's actually as a big deal. He could still come to me now. He's still the same thing. He could still come to me, but this time I'm not trying. Based on.
So hopefully, as I the last time I checked on I've not seen any new communication. So hopefully, when we do our next meeting, then as soon as your contract becomes live, I know that mobile are going to have a but when I do what they next going forward, the chief priest is offering sacrifice. Thank you very much.
Just try to check it and see that.
I was seeing one is going to take us
And even my level is
Okay, I think we are all back. Let me check. Let's take census. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is the circle complete? Junior, 2 persons are missing. Please reach out to Jude has gone to Paris. Paris this time.
Let me just show you. Just give me your name, the name of your organization, and your phone number. Let me add you to GTA WhatsApp. So they are watching it live now. All over the world. I'm telling you. Yes.
What else?
Phone number. Your WhatsApp is on Facebook. Is this your phone number? Okay, I'll add you to JTV WhatsApp. It's on you.
You have to increase it.
Okay, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. All. You know, I was a teacher before, so I always like feeling the vibe. Yeah. So, if I'm in a class, if I don't get the vibe from my students, I'm always worried. So, okay, so welcome back to this session after our tea break. We are going to go through a plenary session, kind of a discussion, among ourselves. And but before I begin that, can I ask one question? A lie, for example, a truth and a lie. Which one is easier to tell?
Lie.
Okay, so
it depends.
So now this is about perspective, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is about perspective. This is about experience. I was discussing with one good friend I just made here, during the course of this, this meeting, and that made me to be able to reflect. And then I asked myself, a lie or or telling the truth, which one is easier? Okay, so yeah, that's what I was saying. It depends, right? So, but however, this is the moment of truth. This is the moment of truth. So we're kind of going to look at ourselves really, and let me also say something. When you look at a mirror gives you what you see is what you get, right? Hello, guys. Yeah, what you see in the mirror is what you get. We can flip it the other way around. What you are is what you see in the mirror. Have you? So you cannot do any cosmetology on the image on the mirror. It is what you are that you see straight. So this is a session where we are going to. Okay, so it's gone. Okay. Now this is a session where we are going to not just look at ourselves in the mirror, but we are looking at the mirror not just of ourselves, but also of the EU Art program. So we would like you not to only tell yourselves, tell us the truth based on your personal experiences, right? And also tell us how you feel that we as a program, we have performed. And areas where we will need to make improvements. So now, as a result of our engagement with the program, we have been provided several capacity development support, right? There was a we before our engagement with EU Act. And now there is now a new what? We after our engagement with the program, right? Now, somebody told me somewhere that he was just playing around. But after engagement with EU Act, it's just like a woman that told her husband something. The husband was just misbehaving, although I won't define the context of the misbehaving. Yes, I won't define it. But the wife took a decision and she told the husband, guy, if you don't get your act right, you will come back one day between now and the next 6 months and you will not meet me again with the children. Immediately. Immediately the guy did something. He started making what? Adjustments. Yeah, so I'm saying that in this conversation, it's going to be plenary, so we'll be interacting. So that you will tell us what we expect from you is to tell us your experience. For real. Tell us your experience. Tell us what kind of change the program has brought for you institutionally. And what are some of the decisions that, for example, EU Act is not going to be here forever. I hope you know that. Hello? Wow, now they look at me as if no be true at the top. Now, this program is not a perpetual one. It has a start and an end date. So one day we will what? We will withdraw. When we withdraw, those things that we've done with you, we also like you to explain to us how you intend to sustain. Because I have had conversation a lot around sustainability, right? So how do you intend, or what are your plans for sustainability that you have that you are putting in place, or if you are not started thinking about it, I think you start thinking about it. So if you started thinking about it, great. But if you're already making plans, you're already putting structures in place. So we would like to hear how you think you can sustain yourself after exit of the EU Act program. So we'll begin with, maybe we'll take it like this. For any organization or any person that would like to talk, first, you will take it all through. You will take it all through, and then before we move to the next person. Remember, also part of the things we will expect you to talk to us about, we know that some of you have received grants, right? I think in Edo State about 9 CSOs have received, while other additional ones are planning things around the consortium grant, right? So, but especially for those that have received grants, tell us your experiences based on these themes that have been clearly identified here in our agenda. So, sir, the way you are looking at me is like you would like to start. Powerful chief, right? Okay, great. So, okay, it's like you are still writing. Okay, so I should give it. So, who wants to take the first baptism of fire? If you like. Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. So let's start with you. Powerful chief. Next gen.
Always the first.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Please, can we pay attention, please, because it's important. We can learn, from this process. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. For us at Next Gen, I think this program came at the right time. Yes. Though we had some series of trainings and all that, but I think our contact with EU Act program has really helped us in many ways. I want to articulate some of them. For instance, what is different now? One is that for us as an organization, we have been able to develop well fine-tuned policy documents. We had a few things scattered here and there, but after our engagement with EU Act, our documents, I can beat my chest and say that they are far better than what they used to be before. And this is as a result of partly the mentoring, coaching sections that happen in our offices. Amazing, amazing. The mentors or the coaches themselves were wonderful. So,
okay, so tell us what define amazing. You know, because you are speaking great grammar, fine English, like so. Define amazing for us. When you say that the coaching sections were amazing, they were great. So define that.
Like I said, we had some documents we thought were good, but these coaches were able to pinpoint areas that needed to be strengthened. You will be wondering why you hadn't seen it, but they had a kind of view that helped them to be able to point out some of the areas that needed to be strengthened. So for us, about well over 13 policy documents are already developed as a result of our contact with EU Act. Another thing for me in particular, in the organization, is a consciousness for gender and social inclusion. In fact, it wasn't there before, but now, when we are doing anything, we want to carry along, the various gender, the other gender, and because my organization originally we were full of guys, men, but now we are conscious of the fact, not because we couldn't get them, but maybe aware of maintaining them and sustaining them was a big
Are you
difficult.
Are you just conscious, or you are taking deliberate steps?
Deliberate steps have been taken.
To engage services or employ, to be socially inclusive.
Both. Yeah, we have taken the step. Even in our project implementation, I want to find out if there is a categorization, male, female, and then how about people living with disability? Are they carried along and some of those things? The consciousness is much stronger now. Then is the greater institutionalization of next gen because of the policy development and policy document developments and other things. I think next gen is getting stronger in terms of institutionalization, and that also leads to sustainability. Yeah. How to sustain it? We will work hard at proper documentation of everything happening in next gen. We want to do that. I remember the section on institutional memory. That really stuck with me. So we are doing our best to make sure things are properly documented, and then proper engagement of stakeholders. We know that stakeholders are key to sustainability. So we want to really, really work hard to improve that one. That way we'll be able to sustain the impact of the EU Act on us. That says, what should we? Is it you? That's the EU thing.
Yeah, it could be both ways.
Yeah.
You understand? So doing both ways, tell us so far. So just let me finish. We have engaged with you, right, over a couple of maybe a year and a half, two, more than that. So what do you think we as EU Act, that has supported you to go through this process and getting here at the moment? What do you think? Are there areas you think that we as a program we need to up our game? Areas you think we need to improve on? That is on one side. Then on the other side, you as an organization, internally, when you look at your systems, your processes, because all the support we've provided is just get towards ensuring you strengthen your internal processes and you leverage on the opportunities you have for your external relations. So are there areas you think? So it's both ways you can go.
Well, for the EU, I'd like to advise the time it takes for us to get response from the team is something that bothers me and our organization. Sometimes you make requests and it keeps on lingering for a month or plus. I know you have many organizations you're handling, but from our previous experience, grant-making organizations tend to respond a little faster than I'm seeing in EU Act. So I want to appeal, when we make requests, let it be attended to. Or at least let us know that it's being attended to and that kind of thing. My state focal person, is doing his best, but oftentimes from above, the response doesn't quite come on time. For us, I think what we need to do is one of the things the coach taught us is to make sure that we keep developing proposals. Finance is key. Unfortunately, Act will not be here forevermore, like you said. Yeah. So for us as an organization, we're going to up our game in terms of proposal development. In fact, we formed a team for proposal development. And in fact,
within institutional.
Institutional, that's what I'm talking about. Institutional,
Network.
next gen, let's say. So these are some of the things I have observed and I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. There are some explanations I wanted to get from you. When you talked about how you intend to sustain this, what I heard was you were expressing. Okay, I think it's battery is sorry, do we have another? Okay, what I had, my brother, yeah, what I had were expression of intentions. You expressed intentions, and we're going to follow on that, much later, so that you can clearly beyond the expression of intention, what are concrete things that yes, that you will do actually to be able to ensure sustainability. Although you have mentioned one of them, that is the area of fundraising. Resource mobilization, proposal writing, so that is one. But in terms of other specific and additional ones, yeah, when you say proper engagement of stakeholders, is vague, it's kind of pregnant. So maybe you should give birth to that child and tell us, when you say engagement of stakeholders, what exactly in terms of engagement with stakeholders do you want to do? No, it may not be now. Like I said, I just had expression of intention, so I think it's something you can also think through. So, yes, thank you very much. You are, can I see? Okay, Daisy, yeah, I recall, that's right. Please, let's hear from you.
Thank you so much. We want to once again appreciate this intervention from EU Act. For us as a network, it came in at the right time, just like Dr. Mafuchi said, it came in at the right time. You agree what goes in within the network, misunderstanding, analyze. But when we start having this capacity building from you on different topics and requesting for the directors in charge to come for the training, it has helped us, myself and the ESCOs, be on the same page. No quarreling, no arguing. Even if one director is going astray, you get the other and say, no, that's not what we are taught. We'll come back. So everyone is on the same platform. Prior to when we received this grant, what I often heard was, you don't know a network until money comes in. And my prayer was that when it comes in, it has come now. I think our enemies are still waiting for the breakup, or they will never hear, because the teachings, all that we have learned from you has really helped us to be very matured, And then, secondly, we now have policies and documents that guide the network. So anyone comes in and saying, Lisa is done in the other network, we say, no, we have our policies in place. We talk professionally now. Then thirdly, we now give preferences to those with challenges. When we are thinking of venue, we don't think of going to the third floor, the second floor. We always remember them and go for the first floor. That one has to do with our current training. Several times the venue would have been a challenge. They would have on our own, okay, let's go to the 5th floor. We say, no, we have these special people in our midst. And then we go for what suits everyone. Then, coming to the coaching, the mentoring, we have never had where the funders come to you in your office to teach you. The selection of facilitators.
So that was new, right?
New.
That was new. That was something new.
I don't think I've even read it anyway, I'm sorry, that's my own. They came to our office, their level of patience was something else. They were not imposing things on us. Just like he said, they were pointing it out and asking, look at it very well, let's look at it together. It was a collective thing. And then when we actually did the correction, he said, is that okay with you? We said, no, you are the teacher. I said, no, let us all agree. That was a wonderful one too. And then for the focal person too, the selection of focal person and facilitators, I don't know what happened, but I'm saying kudos to the guys that did that. It was well and
He's praising you, don't allow your head to swell up too much.
And then for me as the head, it has helped me to communicate with everyone via the capacity building we had on networking, communication between networks. So I say thank you to you all once again.
Okay, thank you very much. I would just like to ask 2 questions. Yeah, I know. We'll come back to it. Just 2 questions from your, from your oral presentation. One of it, you talked about that you now do things with maturity. I would like you to provide a little bit of context to that. Although you said you don't quarrel anymore, but try to give us an insight into when you say you now manage your affairs, with a lot of maturity. Then, secondly, you made mention of some policy documents. Now, can you tell us? Can you share with us which one has been of the most impact? Which of these documents have been of the most impact to you as a network? Give us a bit of context around that. Thank you.
The finance policy. Okay, sir. Thank you. The finance document. When it was time for us to pay, you would have called and said, no, you did pass this, and no, the policy guided us. Then, which other one did I get? That was the main one. So what was your second question?
I said you said that you manage things from
yes, during NESCO meeting, you want to show that I'm the president, so my word supersedes. So what we're told during the communication and all that, this is how it is done. So I take everybody's view into consideration and we come up with an agreement on what we want. So no one is fighting each other. Even the one that did not attend the training, we came down and there was a step down training for everyone. So we're on the same platform.
So can you now say that your finance policy has helped, or your financial management policy, if you like, depending on how some people call it, as potentially to a great extent, maybe for lack of a better word, I'm just thinking of the word, maybe before money just goes around, pass around, right? That has now helped you to ensure that there are systems and checks in place that has improved or guided members' confidence in the network. Is that what you are trying to?
Transparency.
Yeah. Okay. Transparency.
Yes.
Okay.
As it came, we let them know how it was broken down. So it's not as if the president and the ESCOs have taken everything. When this first tranche came, we broke it down on the platform and look at their responses. That is what we want. So it has really helped us.
So there are 18 organizations here. So yeah, thank you very much. Oh, where? Sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry, maybe I didn't see. The judge. Okay, let's hear from you. Thank you. Please sit down.
All right, thank you. I'm Bibi from Beshan Youth Organization. From our organization, the capacity building from EU Act was just amazing. I don't know how best to say, because a lot has been on the down low, and from it, first and foremost, it was not just regular capacity building where the donor comes and say, this is what I want to build your capacity on. First and foremost, we're asked, we're evaluated, so you yourself evaluate yourself first, you know where you are, and then this is exactly where I am. You don't lie about it, you lie about it, then you have a problem. When I saw that for the first time, because that's the first for me, I was like, whoa. So I sat down, at the time my colleague sat me, was me, I was like, why did you rate yourself so low? I said, as far as I'm concerned, this is where we are. So I better be built on what I don't know than try to make us feel big in the process and you learn nothing. So from then on, all the capacity training, the big trainings that we had, it was great. One for communication, especially when it comes to press conference or press release. We just realized that it's not what the press wants to present, it's what you want them to present because you know your organization better. So you know what you want them to put out there. So instead of just letting them pick a news and go, so we now know to write properly what we want them to project, and that's what they project, and that's what we're doing. Secondly, we also now have a communication plan, which was not there in the first place. We didn't even think it was necessary, or we didn't even know it was supposed to be there. But now it's in place. For our manual, because our coaching was for financial management, and that, in fact, because we just sometimes, because I can spend my personal money and don't pen it down, it doesn't really make, for me, it's okay. I'm not expecting you to pay me back. But we came to know that it's very essential for you to pen down every single penny you put into the organization. So when I spend my money, I don't write a voucher for it. It's my own now. I want to give it to the organization. I don't have to pay. We came to find is an error. So let's all the money pass through the account so that they can be documented. And then it also shows for accountability. You're able to say, I put in this money for this, and these are the processes where they pass through. So some of the things we're lacking, like the vouchers, the receipts, the journals, up to asset registers, and all that stuff, we were made to see the necessity of them within the organization, and those things are presently in place. So up to your tables, your chairs, I just got to realize that it was necessary for you to pen them down.
Okay, so how has the process that you have put in place helped anything?
Oh, for Christ's sake, it has helped in the management of my organization. Because my organization has a lot of books, has things, and people just come and pick them and go away. Now I now understand that you pick my book, write down, sign. When are you returning them? Because we deal with youth, we deal with young people. So sometimes you get to talk to them, you have to give them these things, and you need to make them available. And it also makes you, as a passenger, accountable. So when I know what I have in the organization, when I come and I'm saying, I think I have 2 laptops. You're thinking, but when you open the register, like, okay, I do have 2. Where is the second one? So now I understand that I need to, my organization functions properly right now. And then for documentations, my financial manual was so bulky. Truth to be told, I don't even know half of the things in it. And when we went through it, like, there was a whole lot of necessary things that are inside. So both us and the coach went through the process. Take what was needed in, we put it. What was not needed, we took it out. What needed to be changed was changed. So right now we have a more subsidized financial policy that we can read, that also our employees will not find too tedious to go through and understand. So it just really expresses us. And when it comes to resource mobilization, we learn so many aspects of that, which is one thing we lack. So right now we are preparing a launch. It's like officially, we didn't officially launch our organization, no matter how long it's been, which is also another way to raise fund for the organization. That's one of the things we're preparing to do as for now. So thank you.
Okay, so from OD perspective, what I'm hearing is that the program has enabled you to, properly put systems and procedures in place, right? To be able to, run the organization. Have you received grant from us? Okay, so that is still being processed. Okay. Now let's quickly look at these other last two there. How would you sustain? Because we've been talking about sustainability since we started in the morning of today. So those things, those development, those capacity development support that the organization has received, how do you, what are your sustainability plans in place? And lastly, tell us about what areas you think you will need to make improvements on. Because if we stop to make improvements, that means we're trying to put ourselves out of circulation. So institutionally based on you, and then for us as a program, what areas do you think we also need to improve on as well? Thank you.
Okay. For the trainings, most of us didn't have, or rather, let me speak for me. We didn't have plans. Like I was talking about communication plan. Now we have it. And then going forward, we follow it. So we understand that. So when you're making your strategic plan, these things are now part of your strategic plans. The M&E, we now understand that we need to have an M&E plan. Initially, we used to think that that was for just when a project comes in place. But now I understand that even your organization as a whole needs an M&E plan. And when it comes to your project, that one now falls into that as well, and which is what we're doing. And that's what makes it sustainable, because now you now plan for it. It's now a process that we go through every single time. My office has a monthly meeting where we talk about what we're doing, what goes well, and what's not going well. It's a weekly meeting, so we don't get to forget the things we're doing. We talk about all the stuff, and then pen down the things that are not going well, and then work on them. Now, the whole training helps us do that. So it's now helping us sustain the process in which we've been taught on. So we work on that, and it goes into our policy, bettering our systems day by day. Our system is being built based on this. We follow what we have put down. You make a plan, you go through it. We create an accountability network where you're accountable to each other. So someone is asking you a question based on what you're supposed to do. And then you have someone who you are asking, a question, and then we now have ready answers. So you have someone to say, you're in your head, you're already saying, someone will ask me this, have I done what I'm supposed to do? Okay, so initially it becomes tedious, but over time it becomes part of us, and that already sustaining the process continues. So any new person that equally comes already sees what's going on. He or she naturally falls into what's already in place, and it keeps going. So for you, okay, I don't know, because my organization, when I now joined, I find we had a problem, so I'm going to speak for me, is filing. Because I didn't join from the beginning, and no, when I mean, like, you get to fight to CAC and all that stuff. So, I don't think I'm the only one having that problem. Yeah, but I think I don't know how it's going to be possible, because now, for us, it's now like years, It's not necessarily for funds now. I'm saying if there's a way, because since you guys are bigger, we can help us together liaise with the government and see how they can help those who are faulted over the years, not because they didn't want to, but because they were not aware. They are two different things. I'm speaking from my age, because I'm running my organization now, and I was not aware initially. But when I became aware, I've been voicing this out. How? Because going to CSC is now millions. I don't have millions. You get? I don't have millions, and I don't think I want to pay millions for that. But I think if we can be assisted in a way where either they bring a subsidized rate where we can pay, and then correct our error from then on.
Okay. It's all right. Our second component of the program, we're already working on things like that. Working on two things: the self-regulatory model that CSOs can adapt or key into, and then regulators, nationally, so that platforms where these filings can be. We've gone quite ahead, with respect to that. In fact, especially through your other, partners at the state level. Suma, let's come back to you. Yeah, you are the person that you wanted to talk before. Thank you.
Okay. I came in contact with child protection network when I was studying something that I do. And then whenever they had issues of child abuse, they called on me, and most of it was counseling, and then I would go to court and ensure that we got judgment. So when I became the leader, unfortunately I inherited a system that was not accountable and transparent. So it became an issue. And then all I received was code of conduct and terms of reference. I had no proper, we didn't have a constitution. And this my brother here kept on talking about structure, but that didn't make sense to me at all. I mean, my own was that we're getting results, getting judgments in court, and we're recording it. So for me, that sufficed. So it was when they came to do an assessment. When the EU came to do an assessment, and because we're getting results in that angle, we overrated ourselves. By the time they came back and asked specific questions, we realized on our own that we overrated ourselves, and we needed a lot of, capacity. And that for me was like putting something on nothing and expecting it to stand. And life is not like that. So when we began and we're talking about structure, they asked for this. It was that either we had something that was not enough or we needed to improve on it. So that was when they told us how to say we must have a strategic plan, a strategic document, we must have a financial policy, a proper constitution, and all of those things were fairly new. So we began, and after the training, various trainings, they came for the coaching session. So that was how we realized that we needed to be up and about and really get everything in place. So looking back now, they have done so much. We don't have any grant yet. But what we have is more than grants, it's more than money.
Oh, really?
Oh, sure.
So tell us about that.
Yes, we have a structure now.
Okay.
We operate better.
Okay.
We have the same focus and goal. We have a plan, we know where we are going, and we know how to get to where we are going in the process of our work. And we're achieving results. But we do not have money. We have been taught also how to access funds, that there are various ways in which you can access funds. And we are writing, we are not waiting to have call for proposals, we are writing some that we can try. So I feel that that's what has happened to us. And looking forward, we'll sure be able to sustain it. And then, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm just pointing to the point.
Yes, we know when you're a network, we're all different, we have different ways of doing things. There was something very remarkable that I learned in human resource training. If you have a colleague who is not doing well, always making excuses, the first thing you should do is find out why. And then find out how you can assist, and make him better, make him perform. Rather than feeling frustrated and thinking of how to replace him or something. So that for me was critical. So first you have an issue related to me in that work. Why are you always late? Then how can we make you come earlier to work? Those are some of the things I learned in that aspect. So I really feel privileged to be part of this, and we're making progress and really looking forward to greater things from the training. We're much, much better.
Okay, we are speaking prophetically.
I know that.
Sorry, just a minute. The last point there where we talk about areas of improvement. Like
documentation, we need to improve on that because of the mindset and culture that we had previously. We are still not doing very well in the area of, for instance, we have prosecuted over 200 cases.
Okay.
Yes, and then we know the matters we have at different stages of trial. How much have you spent? We do pro bono, free of charge. if I'm spending from my pocket, just like my statutory said, do I need to record such things? That is beginning to change. And even though it's from my pocket, from our pockets, we must be able to document it thoroughly, not leaving out any detail. So that also helps in the, for us to succeed in our work.
Okay, so how do you think we, as a program, are there areas where you think we can?
Yeah, if you have courses,
better.
Yeah, if you have trainings on documentation, why not? Yes, that will help us. There are other areas you need to suggest to us to function better. I'm sure that will help as well.
Okay. Is that all?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, yeah, I think you should also get this, that the documentation is not just about the money you are spending. The cases that you are prosecuting.
Yeah, we have that. We have a list. We have a good documentation. We are documenting, like I talked about, knowing what you are doing, the number of cases you are doing, and what you are doing at different stages of trial. All of those are in place. We can always present lists and reports on that. But because we're working pro bono, we take a lot for granted. We feel that we don't have to record monies that we spend from our pockets. And it's the thing we want we use in assisting victims. Because the people that we help are people who ordinarily do not have access to justice. And we just thought we can always help, we can always talk to them, we can always counsel them, we can always give them money. And we take all of that for granted. And it's huge. Really huge.
Okay, but you are beginning to put systems in place
now
to ensure
that everything is captured. Not system, we are recording manually. I don't know if you have systems for documentation. Okay, all right. Okay, that's
it can be manual, but there are other electronic ones.
We are doing it mechanically. We have other ways to make it better.
Okay.
And you will improve it.
Okay. Do you still have plans to make it electronic in the future?
Yes.
And so it's part of the strategic thinking, from that point that you need to. Before we probably get to the next organization, in the past, when you are asked for a policy or a document, you know how some of us do now. We just go to Google and hello guys.
Yeah.
I know what you do before the work. Just go and download something. Just like she said, more than half of what you download, about 90% of what you download, you don't even understand the gibberish that is inside. Abi, when you ask about it, do you say, of course we have it. But by the time you now go through the content of that policy, of that document, you discover a lot of things that are not applicable. You discover a lot of things because that document has not been adapted to suit the uniqueness of your organization.
I must confess that that's what we did in our financial policy.
Oh, really? Tell us about it.
Yes.
Who is the Reverend Father? Confess.
Yes, that's what we did in our financial, but we also admitted that we needed to simplify it to suit what we do. Yes, we needed to simplify because the two will have a go there and get samples and just adopt most of the things. But there are a few areas, like I didn't even know that we needed to agree on impress. How much cash should you have? Shouldn't you have too much cash? That was surprising to me. I just thought if you have 100,000, somebody keeps it safe. The treasurer keeps it safe. That's fine. You can take from it and agree to work with it. But Mr. Governor told me no. That 10,000 naira that you put is too big. It should be 5,000. I was like, how much can 5,000 naira cash do within a period of time? So that is making me to think, to be meticulous about that aspect of finance, of our finance document. But we submitted what we have. It was not just copy and paste though, we just put some of the things that we do that is so bulky and so cumbersome. We have planned to simplify it and adapt it to our peculiar situation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So who wants to take the next shot? Okay, I think after you, after she.
Yeah, Chief Priest, want to consult the oracle. I think where we're coming from, okay. We belong to so many network and we run network in the States and it was interfering. The network was doing well and our organization was not doing well. So because we have network, let me say we're running our organization with per diem because of engagement with network. But when we come to EU Act, from the assessment, we were able to know where we are and what we need. That started the foundation for us to become focused. And some of the big challenges we have is proposal writing, putting the logical framework together. Because when we want to write proposal, we want to make it bulky. We want to meet up the specified letter, even try to reduce it to contain more. We believe that the length of those letters is what will make you get it. But after the advocacy training, where we discussed, I think the first one happened after the communication training, where we were asked to how to do communication plan, and we treat concept note in the two. Then the advocacy training, we were taught how to write concept note for advocacy plan. Because understanding, we do advocacy before, and we just do it as a one-off thing, and go back, tell government, do this one, and come back. After the advocacy training, we now learn how to write concept note, what and what is needed in writing concept note. And when there was a call for proposal for drug users community, we use that concept notes to write. We're able to itemize what we want to do and how we want to do it. And that gave us a $20,000 grant. We applied for $30,000.
Well, you got 20,000.
We got 20,000. So coming back now to implement the grants, we need.
Like protest. A lot of eyes were just focused on you. Like, don't worry, continue. I don't want to.
So after getting the grant, we need a system to run the grant. EU program, the ACT program was handy to put us through, to put our structure through. And one of the experience we have now is that creating this policy is a fine thing. You might sit down with your team, you'll find a perfect policy. But if you don't have a grant to manage this policy, you see those things you type there, you now discover that, oh, this one will type not to look and well. Because there is a difference between practical, when you are practicing with the policy, than when you draft a policy. Before now, I can't travel and organization be active. In fact, we don't even have a staff. Today we have staff. And even when we have staff, when we started, the organization cannot run outside me. If I'm not around, we have advocacy visits. That advocacy visit have to be postponed until I come back. But with the EU Act now, I think I'm seeing people coming to run this program, and with the training and the way we relate with our staff. Anybody coming to join Smiles Africa is always seeing himself as a Superman, and any opportunity the person wants to work with, we're able to create that enabling environment. So the training really was good for us and for other organizations. If there was one thing or two things you pick from it, and it's helping us to run as an organization, we have a policy in place, and from time to time we are reviewing those policies. Before unemployment.
Okay, sorry, before you continue, let me quickly clear something. What you are saying, did I hear you say now the organization can function, your organization can function even if you are not there tomorrow because you have a succession plan in place? Is that what I'm hearing or not? Or what is it exactly? So
yeah, my organization can function now without me being around. And the way we are going now, the way I'm planning it, I'm already drawing my successor's plan. And I'm trying to run, my organization can run, if we have 3 or 4 months to run this thing, my organization can run without me, even when longer I am gone. Because our challenges was funding. And now we are putting everybody, both the MRE, the accounts, to start creating a platform for funding. We want to launch a package we call HK. We want to launch the first HK from our organization. So what to do with that HK is people's.
Which of the HK?
Yes, because we work with people, we work with young people. We want to use their system to also We want to walk the way Yahoo boys are walking. No, we want to, in our resource mobilization, we want to have, what do they do with the HK?
So, what does that HK mean?
Okay.
You want to know?
HK is the language is headquarter. It's headquarter where you park boys, where everybody will sit down with their laptop, and somebody will supervise, they will be walking. So what we need to, why we call that HK? Because we want to carry that, the spirit they have in no sleep, because they don't sleep. They will put on their best. So what we need to do, we want to create a platform where these young people will come, start looking for opportunities, for scholarship, for training, bring it out, we work as a team and apply. So that the more we apply, the more opportunity the more we're able to meet up a strategy.
Yes. You have said quite a couple, but just by way of, you know.
Yes, that is how we want to solve.
From us and then from your end.
Yes. Yeah, for EU Heart, like the second phase you want to do, interfacing with the government. It's what I wanted them to do. So also make it easy for us to communicate with the government. Like one particular problem we have in my state now is, if you want to engage the Ministry of Women Affairs, they want you to come and register with them.
First.
You want to engage the Ministry of Youth, they want you to come and register with them. So if you don't, you cannot register with Ministry of Youth and pay your annual due to Ministry of Youth and go to Ministry of Women Affairs. So with this second phase, it will help us. And the time, that is for AUR, but for us, we are trying it. This is the first time we are operating structurally. So we are trying it. We're going to fail many times. And most of the time we fail, we call our coach and our focal person. They'll be so handy to make us speak like a bull wherever we are.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I give the mic to anybody, you see, you mentioned something that they want to adopt a certain model, to be able to improve and sustain the organization. And then when you mentioned that they want to operate the way Yahoo boys operate, not that they want to cheat or do anything. Now, I discovered that some eyebrows were raised. And then, you see, if any of us is familiar with, how many of us have watched The Godfather? Okay, fine. So now I'm beginning to get an impression now. Now, you see, we can learn from gangs, from the mob. The way the mob operates, or gangs, they have a code of conduct. Don't you so? Yes, they have a code of conduct, and they stick to it. So I think as organizations, we can also learn the good side of it too. Because I believe, say, when I feel good. So we can learn from that, and apply that learning to our organizations. Because part of all those because in those gangs, if you break the code, something happens, right?
Consequences.
So there are, but I'm not saying that we should apply that punitive aspect of, but I'm not saying generally there are some good practices, if you like, here and there, that we can learn from the way these gangs operate to be able to improve, our systems and all that. Who wants to take the next shot? Okay, I think, I'm sorry, it's like he raised his hand. Yeah, he raised his hand, so let's hear from him.
Because of him, I raised my hand, but then I think that he's not prepared. Okay, let's.
Please, Prof, go ahead and give it to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I would just understood to appreciate, especially the EU team and, of course, Mr. Newton, for disturbing us positively to get better results. In terms of improvements, what we are doing differently, policies, as you all have mentioned, we have done a lot of work in ensuring that we have policies that are up to date, most especially the aspect of ensuring that each page of the document is signed by our board chairperson. In terms of documentation, we've also tried. Now we have, before now, we're not having a template for giving reports, maybe original report. You don't have a template for that. But now we now have the template, hard copy of it, and also we have a soft copy so that anywhere you are, you can do your activity and ensure that you send in your report. And members of our project team and foundation have access to it, and also our volunteers. What are doing differently again has to do with visibility. Before the AU, visibility. Somebody met up before the EU team came to meet us that we are not visible. And I said, we have an office, we have a signpost. Look at our file. But the man said, sorry, you are not visible. And I said, how do you want us to be visible? In other words, we're not reaching out. So we now decided to ensure that we, based on the training we had, we now got a volunteer to be our media officer. So from time to time, once we do any activity, we send it across to him. He goes there to edit it for us and to publish. Then on the issue of success story, before this time, we just felt that the success story must be something very, very outstanding. But with the training we had, marginal improvement in our activities to us, the success for us. For example, our interest in ensuring that there is inclusiveness in our programming. Before this time, we were not too conscious about getting the PWD to be involved in most of our activity, but now we are conscious of that, and if you have any activity, make sure that interest is adequately catered for. Then how do you hope to sustain this? I will ensure that our policies are regularly reviewed, because at our board meeting in February, we shared our experiences with the board, and the board agreed that from time to time, we'll be reviewing our policies. Then on training, whenever I go for any activity, it's a policy. Under 3 days, you must create a way to step down the knowledge. If you are far off and cannot come to the office for it, our program officer will create a Zoom link so that others that are outside the office can also participate in the step down training. Like I said, we now have a media officer to sustain that gap that we had before in terms of visibility, and our board members are also involved. Then how should we improve on this? I decided to classify them into two, one for ourselves and one for the EU team. I will start with us, that is of Jose Maria Escobar Foundation. We believe that we must continue internally to conduct what is the normal organizational capacity assessment, because that one, when the EU came to have actually brought out our current rating. And my team member said, how come are we rating ourselves so poor? I said, okay, fine. This particular person, you go ahead and find solution to it. At the end of the day, now I realized that our rating was very, very poor. So that capacity actually helped us to identify our current position and able to also establish how we need to move forward to get a better result. Then improvement in writing successful proposals. For us, we resolve that not every proposal we are going to just begin to write. We have to analyze it critically to see whether we have what it takes to venture into it. We just did one for OCWA, and it took us time because there's different arguments saying that no, we are not qualified. At the end of the day, now I realize that we had what it takes for us to effectively apply for that proposal in line with the project we are currently running with the EU. Then collaboration. I want to thank JDPC Uromi and IDRC because as a result of the engagement with the EU, we realized that we also had some gaps. But we decided to leverage on the contract relationship we have with JDPC, for example. It's on record that they came to our office at the time to also help in training us on financial management. But up till now, I would say it's still a problem, but I would say that we have made some major improvements in terms of acquisition, in terms of also retirements. Then on the part of the EU team, I would say that they should try as possible to appreciate the peculiarities in various host communities where we are implementing projects. For example, now what is obtainable in community A may not be the same in community B. But when you now have the same template for implementing programs or project expectations, that will not go well for us. For example, now in some countries we are working on this project, we expect to pay them yes, you have to write, pay them by cash. Somebody will travel me for about you have to spend about 1,005, and you pay the person, you have to pay the person 2,000 naira. At the end of the day, they will tell me, Now this one that make me come, which kind of nonsense this one? Not gonna give an account number, I give you. No. We had to continue to convince them. And thank God for the first quarter, we had to write. Though we got approval that we could pay them the card, but this time around, they are still expecting the approval. In line with it, I want to say that the response time, like Chinedu said, should be improved upon. And then you write for approval or views from the center, from the EU team, it take time. And you know your projects normally have timelines. And if you're able to get such approvals, it might affect how you go ahead to run your program. I want to appeal that the EU should also help us in identifying proposals that some of us can apply for. Like the one on those silver was sent to us by Newton. And then so they have access to some information, they can also share with us so that we can also apply. Then I'll mention contribution and feedback. They're working on consultants who were assigned to us as coaches. They did a good job. But after the training, there was no required follow-up. From the consultants? No, from the coaches. The consultants, yes. At times we get across to them on an issue, they will tell they're sorry and our contract has ended. So it doesn't tell well. But we are trying to see how we can fill such gaps. Then finally, though both of us discuss this point and agree, this one, on the issue of per diem. When you attend some of the programs of the EU project and apps, it will take you, and you talk about 5 years. I was not the one, sir. So if the period is can be briefed so that it does not take much time, so that you can know what you are in now. Once any alert just come, I was just telling myself, is this one you are doing and waiting? I don't even know the one that they have paid and the one that is spending. So I'm just appealing. We know the value of the naira is depreciating every day. So you can. So I think that is how far we've gone up. I strongly believe that can improve upon. So that is how far about what you have gained in our own foundation based in Ekoma.
By way of closing, I would like to hear about two things from you. You are currently implementing one of our grants, right?
Yes.
And then do you also? I'm just playing the devil's advocate here. I believe you attend our PLP meetings.
Yes.
You join any meetings?
Yes.
I believe a lot of us here.
Yes.
So can you share your experience with us by way of closing on this two things?
Okay, like one has to do with identifying PWDs. An organization made a presentation that when they try to identify their own PWD, they identify the head in the area. Before this time, we don't look for anybody around the area to say, come, I will look for your people. We want to have a decision with them. But now realize that the best way to get people is for you to identify the head and for you to effectively, reach out to the head, ensure that head, communicate effectively with them. And thank God now we had a program in Ekoma. That was, I think, last week or so. We were expecting 40 PWDs. We had 48 PWDs in attendance. Another lesson for the issue of advocacy and then also, stakeholders. To us, if you are not supporting us, we see you as an enemy. So we need to understand during the learning process that it is better for us to even know our enemy than those that are calling us. When you know our enemies, so to say, post now, you'll be able to know how best to work out those modalities to fill such gap or to change their notion about the particular idea. Then realize that you now have those that are supporting you and a little percentage of those that were not supporting before also aligning with your program.
Okay, thank you very much for
Ilya, I think at some point it's important for us to just say something, especially because of the repeated examples they've given about the delay. I just want to use the opportunity to apologize for that delay in communicating back on the issue of, I'm sure this is related to paying cash, right? Yes. Mostly that request on, so I'm sorry, I can only say that we'll do better. I'll take this feedback to everybody concerned, and I'm sure that going henceforth would ensure we reduce the time it takes for us to provide response on that. To be honest, part of the reason it gets delayed is that the finance team will have to check out that it's actually true that there are no banking facilities and all that, even though it's said by the CSOs, it's just procedures that is being followed. And sometimes we also have to follow up on the finance team. You would see that other areas, there's not such delay. It's only when it comes to this issue of cash payment that we have that. But we'll take the feedback. We've taken the feedback and we'll note that's the essence of this meeting anyways. And then delay on per diem. We're also sorry. We can only just keep apologizing. We're trying our best internally. So this is not something related to ACT per se, ACT alone per se. It's an institution-wide thing. And we're trying our best to see that the downtime is reduced and people, but that's what you mentioned about not knowing what is paid. I think there's always a description that comes with the payment. If there's none, we would take this feedback to the finance team and let them know, because that's part of accountability. We cannot be preaching what we don't give to people. And on the payment of 2,000 naira, honestly, I'm not sure I really know, because what you have in your grant is what you are given. It depends on what you quote. And what you quote, I think what our grant person said when people were quoting per diems to pay or transport to pay for workshop, the only question she was asking, if it comes in the proposal, is that what is in your policy document? That's the whole essence of asking you to have a financial policy. So the question she comes back with is, she never argues about the money, is so long as it doesn't go beyond British Council threshold. The only thing she asks is this what is quoted in your policy? If you say yes, then she goes, but I'm not sure she reduces or anything at any point. So I must say that responsibility is back to your organization. What you have quoted is what you are giving the people. And I'm sure you quoted based on your understanding of the environment and your understanding of the requirements of the environment. So we're sorry, we'll take all the feedback and ensure we work on it. By our next meeting, you will see that there is a lot of improvement on that. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I found the issue about description. It's not about the description of payment. They are looking at how you can tie it to, maybe you attend M&E.
Yes, I know. I understand. Well, we will talk to them about it. And it's up to them to, because this is not the only state that has mentioned it. Others have also mentioned that when money comes in, sometimes you've spent it, and they are still coming back to say you have not paid it, because there was no description to say, because it takes a very long time. So they don't know whether it's from somebody else or from you.
I'm sure you can take everybody.
No, yes.
So the
clarification, sir.
No, don't less than a minute section.
Okay, less than a minute.
Yes, less than a minute. Start
Okay.
now.
What I'm saying that, for example, now somebody comes to a program and you have to pay the person 2,000. What is the value of their not the amount that is too low or high? Then that person will have to spend about 1,500, maybe come to the venue. You expect that when they are done, they collect their 2,000 naira to go back. Then I'm not saying that, sorry, give me your account number, I will do a transfer to you. Many times they say, son, we won't give you 2K, I'll go spend 100 naira or 20 naira for US. So I believe that you can see that for such assignments, because when from are coming for this kind of engagement, you need to at least make provision to get their transport answer. That's just it, man. Thank you very much.
I also think that the explanation she provided around that was explicit enough, right? We will take some of these feedbacks and then discuss with the financial so that we'll see how we can move forward and experience improvements with respect to that. Okay. Pardon? We are mindful for time. So anyway,
this is it because these experiences that we have all shared together, I believe, sir, like the experience you shared from, as it concerns your organization, I believe other people must have taken, one or two mental notes in terms of how to also manage, such outcomes or such experiences by the time we experience them at our levels as organizations. So this is important because we need to have some sort of carry-on lessons and baggage and stuff like that that we can use to improve. The essence of doing this is to ensure that both inside and out, we record improvement our organizations forward. And also, a lot of feedbacks that we have, provided to us. We have taken notes of these things, and then we'll see how, just like she said, outside said, when we have a similar meeting like this next time, we hope to see improvement, both from our end as well as your end also, so that will give us an idea that the lessons from the last meeting were also put into practice and carried on like that. So our next session will be a breakout session on cross-state learning. I'll be, pardon, sorry?
I just want to director of the programs that should please tell that what's not going well with us, that they want improvement, is on reporting. That we should please appeal to the secretariat that for online, we can make what do you call it now? A template for how to send reports instead of asking them to send hard copy, that they appeal to you passionately. You just send it down. That's you should please work on that. Requesting for hard copies of documents that they need to be typed. I hope you understand. Financial and the narrative.
Soft copy, no hard.
So template for reporting. They have templates. There is
something to also say, even if it's small.
So he's talking about you requesting them to send the report through DHL.
So there are certain things that we as the ACT program can also not know. Everybody will look for the most convenient way to make things work for them. But unfortunately, we don't usually get it on that way. There is no way the finance. In fact, we are battling with them in the office to say we are going green. Everything is saying future green and all of that. The amount of this work, but finance being what they have, they want to see originals. So any document that you scan, they can use it to prepare documentation, but that documentation remains on the desk until when the original comes. So don't let us promise you what we cannot give, because this is beyond us as a program. British Council has an account department that we feed into. We don't manage that account department. So there are policies, just like we are advising you, put certain policies in place and ensure that they work. They also have policies that we have to comply with. Part of that policy, for the question that you are asking, using, paying cash, for program. For British Council, we don't pay cash. Even if it's a meeting of one naira, that is the. So if we have to ask, if you have to request for cash payment for workshop, we as a program, we have to make business justification. So some of those things on your behalf, you have asked us. It is easier for me, and I understand. But why do I have to have somebody to give me account number for 2,000? So I personally understand. But the system, where it is controlled, does not understand that. So we have to now make extra time to make justification, what we call business case, to say for this. And part of what they'll be asking us is, can you actually confirm in real life that there is no bank in that place? So that's why we come back to Newton. In some instances, we even ask him to go and verify it. Because we don't want to say, that report, even though I don't doubt his integrity or his judgment, but because that needs to be said that we are physically present in that location and we can certify that there is no bank, then we are making some argument. And now that this all this mobile banking is now also working, POS, we are hoping. At the moment, they have not been asking us that is banking. We are hoping that in the next level, they will not be saying, why don't you do phone? Then that changes the narrative. But at the moment, so my colleagues may try as much as possible to provide this explanation, but there are certain things that we also need to be very upfront with you. We can't, madam, unfortunately, go do anything around submission of hard copies. You have to provide hard copies to that. We can ask you to give us soft copies in advance so that they can use it to work, but that will not take the process beyond that until when they verify that these evidences are there. And the same way with so some of these processes will be a little bit slow, some may get faster as we all get used to it, and nobody likes change. Now, if you know that British Council Art Program will not process your document without hard copies, the first time you don't know, the second time you can't say you don't know again, the third time. So the more we get used to it, the more we all make the process to improve. So it's a sort of a symbiotic approach, and we would make all efforts to attend to what is within our control. Those that is not within our, and particularly that has to do with finance and documentation. Some of those are not within our control, and you can't blame British Council. Okay, so they have auditors coming from everywhere. EU that is funding the program can just send auditors anywhere. As little as a error in date can cause an issue. Just that something happened yesterday and you put today's date on it, and the report is saying yesterday, and your evidence is saying is today. So something like that can cause a lot of issues. So some of these things they also need to make sure that their internal processes are guiding against incidences that can be tagged easily, fraud and all of that, and you find it in that area of finance a lot more. So just to put that into that perspective.
All right, we have to do some deliberation for your sake, so that things will be fine. So the next activity that we have it's also going to be a group work, but we're not going to do the group work now. But let me introduce you to, I think Chisholm mentioned that earlier in the day. But just to reiterate, we've got, it is now intrastate, you call it, intrastate learning. And we've got 5 thematic topics for you to deliberate on. Essentially, we want you to tell us this is more like an extension of what we've discussed earlier. But just tell us how you are doing all of these thematic issues. Citizen engagement, government engagement, regulatory environment, gender and social inclusion, media engagement, and partnership. But we would like you to go into groups. I want you to form 2 groups, right? This is within states. Unlike, I mean, you don't have the privilege of having other teams, other states. But so within those states, you will go into 2 groups. And essentially, all you need to do is discuss how you are doing each of these. All right? And then you can tell us some great examples. You don't have to enumerate all the examples you've done, but just give us key highlights of what has worked very well in each of these. So this is now more specific to these 5 thematic areas. Citizen engagement, government engagement, how are you engaging with the government, how are you engaging with the citizens. Noting especially the learning you've had from EU Act. It's given that you also have support from other donors. You also have some learning. But specifically in terms of how we've supported you, how has it translated into meaningful outcomes for you, for your organizations, as far as these 5 thematic areas are concerned. Are we on the same picture? On the same page? Is it clear? So the plan is that this is 2:20 by my local time. I believe you have international time that might be different. But by my time, this is 2:20. But at 3 o'clock, we need to go for lunch. Because I think there's a policy in this hotel that after 3:30, right, you will have, after 3 o'clock, you will have your lunch. After 3:30. After 3:30. So the ideal thing is at least by 3 o'clock, be in the restaurant and have your meal. I guess you could take your meal between 3 and 4 if you want. But after 3:30, I'm not sure they will bring anything fresh for you to eat. Is that clear? So that is why we need to break for lunch at 3. So when you come back at 4 o'clock, as we estimate that an hour, 45 minutes is okay. 45 minutes or 1 hour is okay for your. So when you come back, you could then do the group work, deliberate. You could have scribes who will take notes. You could assign who is going to present for your team. But you have to go through this. And from what we've seen, I will encourage you to do the same thing. If it is PowerPoint that you want to do for your group, do that. If it's just key points that you want to do, we've seen some examples where some states have had like a tabulation where they did before your encounter with EU Act, and then the second column after the engagement with EU Act, what has changed as far as this is concerned, and then you can maybe enumerate some examples for us. So that is what you will do after lunch. You have this place till 6 o'clock or thereabouts to do all that. Then when we come in the morning tomorrow, that will be the first thing that we'd like you to present to the plenary. Again, for you to bear in mind that the whole idea is let's cross-fertilize ideas, let's share experience. The particular thing you are doing in I have to say this, in ECOMA, for instance. My ECOMA, we are all in the same ECOMA access now. So you could then share that, oh, this is how we engage with the government. It's not been working before, but because of the EU Act, we adopted this approach and it has worked for us. And maybe someone in Auchi, I know so many places, somebody in Auchi will go, oh my goodness, we've been trying to address the same issue, but now they've learned from you and then they can go back and apply. So that's essentially what we do in the morning tomorrow. So now for another 20-30 minutes, we will go through. We've talked about compendium. You've heard about it. I think templates, a particular template has been shared with you. So we just go through it. The whole idea is just for you to, like, okay, this is what we're expecting from you. We will go through one or two examples. Hopefully we can go through just an example that will suffice. So we go through that, and then you go back again at your own leisure, at your own time, to say, okay, based on this discussion that we've had for the next 15-20 minutes, have I done my have I filled my templates appropriately the way it is required? If it is fine, good. If it is not, you need to update it. Because my understanding is, and please correct me at that table if I'm wrong, my understanding is we want you to submit this thing by 2 o'clock tomorrow, or midday tomorrow. Before we wrap up tomorrow, so okay, like Chisholm said, I think we wrap up at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock before we come for the black carpet dinner. But before it's the black carpet, it's not red. But before we go for that, please, we want your compendium templates filled and submitted. Please, it is mandatory, please.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
Is it the one that was sent before we came?
This is it. You submitted. So the whole idea now is we go through some of these things, we go through it, and just use some examples. So as we're going through, you will know whether you've done yours rightly. If not, you can even open it up now that we're talking and start updating. All right? So that's the whole idea of what we want to do now. Wow. So we've got Willie Johnson Foundation. Again, this is not to we're not judging them. I think she picked this randomly. So we just want to use this to guide us. We've got I think 3 or 4 sections for this template to fill. Before I do that, I think it's also important for me to sort of stress the reasons why we're having this. I know Nitin will discuss that. But it's worth sharing that you be part of this intervention, especially for those who will be given grants. You've been part of this thing for a year plus, going to 2 years, and we just want you to have the privilege of being part of a compendium, being part of a document to showcase your organization. So this is something you should take seriously and you should be proud of. So if I have a document, a compendium, it could be 120-page, anything. You know the way they used to do those compendium with hard copies, some digital, and then you're able to show anywhere you go in the whole world that as far as this EU Act project is concerned, I was part of it. This is what we did. All right. So that is the whole idea of this. So you have it as I'm very happy. I've been hearing reference material when we were talking about documentation earlier. So this is one key reference document that you can brandish anywhere. You can take anywhere and show that you're part of this. So you only have, you know the way they call people to the stage and say, we're giving you 1 minute of fame to talk about anything. So this is just, maximum we're giving you is just 2 pages of fame here. But we need to go through it so that you know what you need to capture. So very quickly, we've got, this is like a generic granting of organization profile. We want the name of the organization, that is fine. We want year of establishment, that is fine, 2006. We want your main address. Some may have you could have offices in almost 36 states of the Federation, but where's your headquarters? So that is what we want you to, or your main office. I'm expecting that's fine. Then the primary sectors, we've got health, we've got wash, we've got education. This is looking fantastic. We've got main contact person. What is missing here is we'd like to have a telephone and an email address. So for the name of the WJC or so, even if you have it on your laptop now, you just add that and start correcting. For others, this is what we're expecting from you. The name, let's have whether it's Mr. or Mrs. Yeah, I think the title would be nice. The title would be nice. Again, this is a compendium that the likes of EU and other donors will probably have, they could retrieve. And they say, oh, we're looking for NGO, CSOs to implement maybe something related to this because they know EU Act had done it. So they want to say, okay, 80 organizations are part of it, 100, 200 organizations, let's see what they've done. And then they could have a name to call. All right. So even if your contact person is the ED, fine. If it's the secretary, beautiful, whoever. So that's the whole idea. Yeah, you can scroll. Are we together? Yes. Thank you very much. So this is the total grant. Number 6, BC is total grants approved by EU Act. We've got 13, and I like this, the way this is done. Don't approximate, just write it the way it's been approved. Some will have 36 kobo, 26 kobo. Write it the way it is. Yeah. Period of grant disbursement, December 1, 2021 to September 15, 2022. Beautiful. This is what we're expecting. It's the period, not the date of, just the period of that grant. And then total grants received to date, 7 million, blah, 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 blah. Total grants spent to date. It has to be. I wanted to say, can we have the money back? Can we have the money back? We've got needs for money. We've got needs for money. Can we have our money back? So this is probably going to be an error. Yeah. So please check your records very well and check.
That should be balanced.
That should be balanced. I will agree. I will totally agree with you. This should be the balance, not total money spent. It could be 100% spent, it could be 75%, whatever it is. Purpose of the grants are hard. This should be the way it's written in your grants, in your contracts, or whatever official document you receive. So don't come up with any torrential of your own, any to say this is what we're doing. No, we want it the way it is. Okay, these sections are almost like just copying it from where it is written. So to facilitate development of wash investment. So this looks more like it. All right. It could be an overriding objective. It could be a statement. All right. It could be just one paragraph that shows your purpose. Let's move on. C, grant intervention. So this is about major interventions implemented through the grants. Now, we'd like you to pay attention to this.
One house, please.
Like I said, you've got just 2 pages of film. So you don't want to write flowery or windy sentences. Major interventions, so if you could just go straight to the point. It could be like phrases, like clauses, that shows and not activities. We need to draw the difference between interventions and activities. An intervention, for instance, I'm just trying to think of some simple analogy. Could be like, intervention is, for instance, participating in this cross-state learning. That's like a major. There are different activities you will do when you are here. You will sit down, you will do tea break, you will do plenary, you will do panel, But that big intervention in the service, you are participating, you're coming here to be part of these interventions. Are we getting it? So we don't want you to label yourselves here. You could see so just focus on the major interventions. If I advocacy visit and media engagement of okay, this is the line of objectives. So let's scroll down so that I just want to be sure. Okay, development of wash baseline protocol and tools. Beautiful. This looks to me like one major intervention in terms of development of wash baseline assessment protocol and tools. It's fine the way you've done it. You're probably trying to provide more context, which is good for us. But the truth of the matter, like I said, we've got like a 180-page, sometimes 200-page long compendium. So we want those major highlights. So if you have that, that's fine. You're able to summarize the major interventions your program has done. Am I speaking too much or speaking too fast? I'm okay. Thank you very much. you don't follow the rule, which other state will follow me? I go for sure. So that's that. Let's go there. So we've got A, B, C, D. That's fine. We have up to that. So again, without trying to take anything away from this summation, quarterly review and coordination meeting is almost redundant. As far as, thank you, you're nodding. It's almost redundant. So when you have, it is almost given that you have meetings. It's almost given that you have your quarterly meetings. So for me, it's not so much of, it's not a direct intervention to your objective. All right? So that's why you have it this long. Because even if you see the template that we have, by the time we have it, what's it called now, graphically designed, you won't have this slot for all these interventions. So we want you to think of the high-level interventions or activities. I think I should mention that. Otherwise, quarterly review and coordination will fly. Changes following the implementation of the grants. Awareness raised of project deliverables and support sought through analyze wash baseline data collection, institutional capacity assessment conducted. Is there any difference between these and what we have earlier? We're not judging this, but we want to use this to guide you in coming up with your stuff. Is there any difference between 11 and 12 as far as this submission is concerned? Is there any difference? What's the difference? What could you see?
The 11 is asking for the major intervention implemented, while the 12 wants to see the major changes, the outcome from the implementation.
Absolutely.
Like increased rate in reporting, things like that.
So I will use the analogy I used earlier. This major intervention is you're participating in this cross-state learning. Okay? That's the major intervention. What will be the attributable changes? We've come with lengths. Alright? So that's whatever it is that is coming out of this event will be your changes. So don't repeat your activities. They should be what we expect from number 12 are things that you could attribute, okay, to 11, to those interventions. Are we getting it? Yeah. So that is what we're expecting, not to repeat, but more or less the changes from those interventions. So like this program now, it's about WASH. So maybe attributable changes could be 360 boreholes provided and being used in the community. I don't know what the expected outcomes of this WASH is all about, but I would think that would be a change, an attributable change that you can point to because of your interventions. So let's understand the difference there. So I would think, from what I'm reading here from this one, I would think you still need to like revise it. Yes, revise it. You just so think through it and like, okay, I've been given 1 million naira to do X, Y, Z. I've done X, Y, Z. So what? So maybe it's ABC that is coming out of X, Y, Z, but not again X, Y, Z. All right, and then high level. Don't things you'll be so proud of.
Because I think some of the problems that they also have in terms of high level result, the project is still in the process. So these are the quick wins that they are seeing right now in their various communities. So can they document those quick wins as well?
Absolutely, that's a fair point. I totally agree with you. It's still ongoing, fine, and I think AFSA will not hesitate to tell us that this will still be updated. All right. Yes. So yes, if it's in fact, to be honest with you, what you've not done, don't put it here. What you've not done, don't put it here. If I say I will go to Abuja on Sunday, and today is still, so I've not gone to Abuja. Don't put it there. Okay. It's what you've done. So if those high-level outcomes haven't come, put those ones there. But they should still be something concrete. Yeah. So that's it. Number 13. any success factor for those changes. Project buy-in of key stakeholders have made the operation seamless. Training of WashCom using the spending guideline for WashCom formation and training. So any success factor, yeah. So this is 13 is telling us that okay, you are meant to do 11, number 11, you are meant to do this. Number 12, you've done this. Number 13, what are those underlying things that could have contributed to you achieving that? That's what success factor means. I'm happy to see this. So you are not repeating again your sources, but just some underlying things. It could be like, okay, maybe advocacy to the governor changed everything. Maybe you started the project January, and by September, nothing has really happened until you actually met with the governor, and the governor gave a directive, we are going to do this thing, and by December, you see the outcome. Do we get that?
Yeah.
Thank you. So number 14, any innovations? Any innovations from the implementation of the grants? The use of M-Water app for baseline data collections and mapping of public wash facilities.
Is it for all the projects we have handled before, or for this?
No, only for this project.
Okay.
Only for this project. Don't come and write what was achieved in 1960 before independence. Only for this project, purposely for this project. Everything has to do with this project. We don't want to take other people's credits. Only for this project. So the use of M-Water app, that sounds like innovative, yeah?
Innovative for this project, or they developed it before this?
So that's the question. Maybe we should let the person stand up and we can discuss it.
Yeah, it was because M-Water app is a generic app that allows you to explore that relates to health and education project. So we didn't develop it. So what we were doing before was manual tools. But in this case, we have to, because of the trainings, we have to explore and use that app.
So, okay, if I understand, so the app was existing before.
Yes, it was.
But now you've adopted it. All right, that's fair. That is fine. That's fine. There's what they call the innovation diversion. Okay, innovation uptake. So you've taken something new in this context and you've applied it. But it needs to be. You need to make it clear to us that it is not you that actually created it. You understand? So for me, I would just say something like the use of. Okay, the use is profitable. That's fine. So you didn't actually say we created it also, but the use of that. Sorry?
I said with the introduction of M-Water app for this
No, we used it because the other stakeholders who have been in the project, like the wash department and RUASA at the state level, they have never used it before. So, but because of the project, now they also got to know that this is something to exploit.
That's the innovation. You demonstrated, and now other stakeholders are using it.
I was actually going to debate that. I think to a large extent that's fine. Just maybe you could just use some qualifying words to help us to contextualize things for us to understand. But the whole idea is it would be fantastic for us to hear of new things, new approaches. You know, there are good practices here that if you've adopted, if you've used, we'll be happy to hear that. And we're actually doing a collection across all states. So it will be good to hear from those states in terms of your innovativeness in the implementation of the grants you presented. 15, memorable statements. I'd love to have this. This sort of, I know we talked earlier about, I think one of the panels in terms of credibility. All right, quotes gives you credibility. It gives you credibility, especially if it's coming from direct beneficiaries. And please, we will not say we should make up quotes. So I'm just going to read one or two of these and say we've forgotten our